Guys are pointing towards it.
Red Sox, they're not going to sign Bogarts until stop watching. No chance.
Trade him.
What's up, squad? What's up, everybody? Get this banner off the screen. There we go. What's happening? We in here, baby.
You. So I was looking at some stuff with the Big Sky Conference basketball. You know, Portland State has beaten Oregon State twice this year. How embarrassing.
Oh, man. Show should be ready to go here shortly.
What's going on with y'all, man? How y'all doing out there? Good? Good? Go check out that new episode, J Street Vibes. What's up?
What's good, baby? We welcome you in here to the Tuesday, December 6th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me!
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
We are so happy that you are here with us.
Real quick, I mean, just because they hadn't heard it, just because, you know, the streets don't know, can you let them know we back up?
Oh, man.
Can you let them know?
I want you to put the word out there that we back up. Understand me? We back up.
Sensational.
Hey, there we
Indeed.
go. Let's go.
I did finish my rewatch of The Wire.
You went all the way through?
All the way through.
How do you feel about the fifth season?
The fifth season.
The last
It was the
season.
final season.
Yeah.
That was good. Yeah,
That's
I like the fifth season. The newspaper season. Yeah. I remember like there was the school, you know, because once it got off of the first season, it was like, all right, there was the school season.
The
there
school
was
season is, I don't want to say it's the best, but it's close to it.
They all intertwine. There's the docs in season 2.
Docs, did you like the docs a little bit more?
No.
No? Docs was all right. Docs was all right.
It was still the
It was
okay,
all right.
okay. It was still the necessary evil, but
Yeah.
it told the story for the rest of the series, though. Like it was an important component for the rest of the series.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it every bit the second time as I did the first time.
I asked about that final season because when Omar jumped from a 6-story balcony and didn't get a scratch, I said, wait a minute.
Oh, he hurt his leg.
So wait a minute. What's going on here?
He, I mean, there were 3 things headed into the final season that I remembered. How Omar got
That was crazy.
Snoop,
That's Omar?
Snoop,
Oh,
and
how's my hair
look good, girl. And then Dookie. I always remembered like the Dookie storyline was a killer because
looking?
it juxtaposed the Bubble storyline, and it just told a story that if you're paying attention, this is the cycle.
Right,
Like
that's
for every one that gets out, there's another one that's going back in.
Well, all 4 of them were a cycle.
Oh yeah,
All
absolutely.
4 of them
Yeah.
it just showed how they just reinvent themselves. Well,
even
the neighborhoods reinvent themselves. I don't know if that's the right word.
Marlo.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done with this gangster stuff. And then as soon as he gets out, it's like y'all said something. My name is my name. Y'all said something about me. Okay, $10 million richer, and all of a sudden he's still in that life. Like it's some of the best storytelling ever. Like it is a phenomenal series, just an absolute incredible series.
Yeah.
Kimberly says she's got to tune out for a sec to miss the spoilers. I'm sorry, Kimberly. This show is like 2 decades old. I don't know what to tell you. Like, this show is 2 decades old, man. We gotta.
And the interesting thing about that is there's not really any spoilers.
No,
It's just
said
a story.
this you don't know the Dookie storyline. You gotta see it. Marlo, like, you don't even know who Marlo is. Like, you gotta see it. It's such a brilliantly written television show. Which is exactly how we plan to lead today's show, was to talk about The Wire.
Last night there was a beautifully written TV show. If you
There
believe
was.
that these things aren't real,
Yeah.
I think they are real. But yeah,
Your friend who doesn't pay mortgages believes that
That's
all
a different
sports.
person.
Oh, so you shady group of characters Kenny Caraway rolls with. Yeah, that was it was one of those games I just kind of like threw on and was like, whatever. Like, I there's not anything else like I'm super intrigued by, and I wound up kind of staying with it because I go back to the 49ers and Saints. I guess that defense is pretty solid. Like, if they could string together some kind of offense, and I don't think the Bucs are good. I didn't know what to expect from that game, but it is Tom Brady, so I kind of sat through it, and then they got up. The Saints got up, and I kept it on but tuned it out. And then come back in time to see the culmination of the comeback. I think that was Brady's 44th fourth quarter comeback, which topped Peyton now as the most all time.
Do you think? I was thinking about this on the way in. Do you think we appreciate Tom Brady enough? And I asked that because I don't think I do. I don't. How do I put this? I'm not ever really interested in watching Tom Brady.
Yeah, I think that's you.
Yeah, I think I'm definitely
I think
in the
that's
minority.
you.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like Tom Brady is very appreciated because he's won very, very recently. I think maybe this season, because the Bucs aren't very good, he had the weird retirement, unretirement, the Dolphins story, and then his personal life. You got all of these things going on. It's like, all right, he's a 45-year-old quarterback. And last night was a reminder, like, he's still one of the best, but you're drawn to the Patrick Mahomes, the new hotness, the Patrick Mahomes, the Josh Allens, Jalen Hurts and what he's doing this year, Tua Tagovailoa. Like, you tend to get drawn into that stuff, and sometimes it makes you not appreciate the guy who's been doing all that stuff those guys are doing for the last 2 decades.
Yeah, and it's really weird with me because I appreciate all that he's accomplished. I recognize all that he's accomplished. I know that this is the greatest quarterback, one of the greatest athletes we've ever seen. I absolutely comprehend all that and can appreciate that. But just as, like, AFC Championship or playoff, Patriots in the playoffs, like, this is a big time. Brady on. No, I'm not. Like, if I miss the game, I miss the game.
But I think the issue with the Patriots is you got so accustomed to them being there, or maybe it's Tom Brady in general. You got so accustomed to him being there that there was only really a story if they lost. Like, if a Brady-led team, regardless of which one, won a wild card game, whatever. I don't need to see it. Like, it's fine. Even if they won a division round, like, all right, it's fine. I'm locked into the championship games. But I'm not in I don't need to worry because I know there's only one outcome that's a story. And that's if the Brady-led team loses. And that's because we're so accustomed to him winning.
You know what it is as well? And this is not his fault or anything else like that. And maybe it's just because I'm a 49ers fan. But it's the AFC. Like, think about the teams that he would go up against. The Titans, the Texans.
Well, I mean, he did go against Peyton for
a number
of years.
But that's the Colts.
That's the Colts. Yeah, the Colts were good. Like,
no,
the Colts had 14.
It's not about the Titans and the Texans were good teams when they played. But I'm talking about it. He ain't never going against the Cowboys.
Oh, you're talking about those legacies. You're talking about those.
You know what I mean? And that's
the
plight of the AFC compared to the NFC, right? Like, even if if
they
he went against
they only have the Steelers.
Yeah, Steelers is a good one. Steelers is a great one.
And probably the Raiders, which happened
which
very
is,
famously,
and which is one of his most famous games of all time. So I think that may play a little factor into it because as much as And like I said, maybe it's just because I'm an NFC 49er fan that I'm more interested in these teams. But, like I said, he went against the Texans like 4 times in the playoffs.
That's got me thinking, would the Tuck Rule game be as big as if it was against the Texans or Titans?
Probably not.
But because it's the cachet of the Raiders.
Yeah, it's the Raiders.
Man.
But I think that has something to do with it.
Whoever did the Brady Woodson watch along,
man.
that was solid
that was
work.
Really good.
That was solid work by whoever did that.
That was really good stuff right there.
Yeah, that was good stuff.
But yeah, man, he did it again. He did it again last night, and man, it really is amazing. He's 45 years old, and he's out there in the NFL doing. And I was thinking about this also yesterday when I talked about the injuries and Tua almost getting snapped in half, and Jimmy and Trey Lance, and I was like, that's for all these quarterbacks. Like, because I was talking about like Kyle Shanahan, getting the blame for Trey Lance, and they were like, if you would have kept him in the pocket instead of running, I was like, bro, they get folded in half in the pocket. Like Alex Smith happened in the pocket. Like these things happen, and I started to think, and I was like, the only one is Tom. Tom has something that you never see him get folded like Tua did or whatever, right? Like it's just a sixth sense to, his feel of the game, where he's been a statue for a lot of his career.
Yeah, he doesn't
and
move
he
a lot.
finds a way to protect himself and still get the job done. When I started thinking about like him being one of the only ones, it really is amazing. It's amazing the IQ and the feel that he has for the game, where he's never really in harm's way.
Poor Gilbert on youtube.com/ESPN1320 isn't listening, so we'll try to break this down a little bit clearer for him. He says, KC, you sound like the haters when LeBron was in the East. Like, who was he playing? It's not what he said. He's not questioning the competition of the Titans or the Texans, or as we pointed out, the Colts. He's questioning the star power of the Titans, the Texans, and the Colts. It's not the same thing as the Dallas Cowboys, as the Green Bay Packers, where it doesn't matter if Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback or not. It doesn't matter if Dak Prescott is the quarterback or not. Those names on the jerseys, those Cowboys, those Packers, there's a cachet to those that makes the game a little bit bigger. And in the AFC, I don't think that those exist outside. And I'm probably missing someone, but outside the Steelers and the Raiders,
the Jets a little bit. The Ravens had a little buzz too, but
Jets
I don't
are
know.
tough for me because you're trying to sell me on Joe Namath, and you can't sell me that.
Yeah, but they. Yeah, I don't know.
You can't sell me on the Jets.
The other thing about his career too, once again, no fault of his own, is most of the quarterbacks were in the NFC. So in the playoffs, we didn't get Brady versus Rodgers, Brady versus Breeze, and and Brady versus Wilson. We got that in the Super Bowl. You know what I mean? So that was dope. But I just say that to say like that probably has something to do with during those playoff runs. Oh, divisional round. Patriots at Texans, or Texans, because it was always Texans at Patriots. They're not winning that game.
Let's address this too. I feel like maybe because it's Tuesday, maybe the YouTube, their brains are just like they're powering up. Like they need to warm up a little bit. They need coffee. Ramsey jumps in with, well, actually, Brady missed the season with a torn ACL. Yeah, in fact, he did. 1 season out of 20. And if you go back and you watch the clip, he wasn't moving.
No.
He got rolled up on. And what did the NFL do immediately? They changed a rule. But that's okay. Y'all will get there. That's all right. Come on, Ramsey. Let's go, guys. Come on now. Come on.
David, they don't, man.
Come on, Ramsey, Gilbert. Let's go. But you know what? Here's what we'll do. We'll step out. We got Coach David Patrick. Coach David Patrick would not be pleased at the performance of the Chatty House this morning.
No, he wouldn't.
I'll tell you that. We'll talk to Coach David Patrick. He most definitely would. I get the feeling he's been listening to a lot of NWA recently. We'll talk to Coach coming up at 1:20. Chris Biderman's going to join us today. Jason Jones, your co-host on J Street Vibes, which is available now wherever you get podcasts from. New episode posted this morning. He's going to join us in the final hour of the show. And, of course, the phone lines are yours, 916-909-1320. We got Kings tickets on the way as well. We're just getting started. It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Come on, guys. You guys got to do better. You're better than that.
Come on, man. Let's go. Well, actually.
Did you guys, well, you probably didn't, because I just randomly came across it. Did you see Mark Wahlberg's mansion estate. I like double check this. This was in the newspaper, so I'm assuming it's real. It was going for $79 million, and it's crazy. 12 bedrooms, 20 bathrooms.
Where is it?
I'm assuming in LA,
Hmm.
somewhere in LA, like LA area. It's crazy. It's got like a little mini golf course. The basketball court is crazy.
It's kind of like your house.
No.
Hmm.
No, far from it. Far from it. That's a good one, Dr. David. I don't know what happened first. That was bad. I'm really against that. Like even when and it's got to be hard. Like I don't think these guys are doing it on purpose a lot of the times, but you know, Bosa did it to Tua the other day and he got caught. I'm like, yo, stop. Like stop. Don't do that. Don't do that. Like I don't like that at all.
That was a good win by the Bucs, man.
Nah, Gwitty.
That was a good
Nah,
win.
not this week, baby.
Oh, not
Not
this
this week, baby. We got beef,
This
Gwitty.
week now. Got power rankings coming up today too.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow, guys.
Yep.
We got Joe Davison coming on tomorrow, and he's gonna break all that down. I've heard some other things. People reached out to me about that too, and yeah, we'll talk about it tomorrow. They gotta fix that. I know she knows. It's a good game tonight too. Yeah. I think it's a
You're home for
16
live
versus 2.
sports. Oh, did he? I didn't see that, Randy. I didn't see that. I assume they have practice. I didn't get an alert, or an email, but I'm assuming they do. They'd have to, right? Oh, or it could have been earlier. It could have been closed and they just left.
Left after practice.
Yeah. I told Camara to call in around 2:00 for the Deion stuff.
Coach Prime. Coach Prime said, y'all better hit that transfer portal. Telling you right now.
I love it. What's up, Cheryl?
Cheryl and B-More. Man, you want to talk about Miss P being all over the place. Cheryl and B-More. She be making moves.
She living that
Where,
life.
where'd you just come from, Cheryl? She making moves, man.
Oh, okay. Right on, Randy. Thanks for the heads up. Might just archive it for tomorrow, but see what he said. Come on.
Yeah, St. Lucie. Wow. Must be nice.
Damn.
She went there like she was going to, Marshalls or something. Like, oh yeah, I'm just go here real quick. Man. Telling you I want to be like Cheryl and B-More when I grow up.
Swiper said the people over high school sports in just about every state are the most confusing people to understand. Like, what point are you trying to prove?
For real.
It's the smallest amount of power they'll ever have.
They be doing way too much.
Kings the funnest team or the funnest story in the NBA right now?
I think so.
It's a good question to answer when we get back.
To be fair, nobody else is doing a whole lot. Like it's kind of status quo.
Let's answer that when we get back on.
Get the producer producing. Wow.
Buddy, I need all the help I can get. That's why I'm begging for you to have health insurance. Uh, 916-909-1320. A lot we got to do today. We mentioned Chris Biderman is going to join us. Coach David Patrick will be with us for his weekly visit, and then Jason Jones, final hour of the show. Some things we didn't get to touch on yesterday because we were so busy with the 49ers. Also, Baker watch in full effect. Baker, the waiver claim ends, I believe it's at 1:00 our time. So that's about 40 minutes from now. We'll find out if the San Francisco 49ers claimed Baker Mayfield, if the Los Angeles Rams claimed Baker Mayfield, or if somebody else or nobody else claimed Baker Mayfield, and what that may mean for the upcoming final stretch of the season here. As amazingly, the NFL regular season is almost over.
It's crazy.
And we spent some time at the top of the show talking about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, obviously the incredible performance from Tom Brady last night. But the fact is, that's the San Francisco 49ers' next opponent.
Yeah.
It's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the San Francisco 49ers coming up this weekend. We'll let the time run out on the clock. Kyle Shanahan said yesterday he'd be surprised if the 49ers, made a claim and went after Baker Mayfield, which that's cute because we know he's in charge. Like, it's not like John's going to go do this without consulting him first. Of course, there could be some gamesmanship there. I doubt it. I doubt anyone goes, oh, well, Kyle's not picking him up, so we're not picking him up, so we'll just get him. I don't think that that's happening.
Right.
So we'll see what happens coming up here in the next 40 minutes or so, and we'll certainly pass it along to you. The Aaron Judge rumors are just insane right now.
Crazy right now. It's spooky season right now.
People are pulling quotes and premonitions and predictions from 10 years ago, and they're being plastered all over the internet. So should anything happen there, and I don't envision that it will, but if it does, of course, we'll pass that along to you.
Sure, them air horns is ready. You know what I'm saying?
We got them. We got them. Test 1, test 2. There we go.
Although, look, man, last week, like Tuesday, maybe it was Wednesday or Thursday, they're like, yeah, we want to get this done by the end of the week. Judges people said that. Well, it's the following Tuesday now.
Okay.
I don't know what these people do. He's just chilling at the Bucs game. Hey, man, you got to make a decision.
Can you stop getting fooled by stuff on the internet, by the way? Don't think I didn't see that.
Well, I ain't going to do it. I didn't get fooled by the internet. I'll put it to you that way.
So Aaron Judge was in San Francisco?
I ain't saying that, but I sure didn't see it on the internet. Hey, look, man, we got, loosely, we got teammates out here. I ain't trying to put no teammates under the bus.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Let's just say I didn't see it.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see no picture, but somehow it got to me that, he here. Oh, really? You're credible. I'll listen to you.
Damn Butcher boy texting.
No. It wasn't Butch. It wasn't Butch.
Oh man, Aaron Judge hugging Tom Brady. Okay, like what the hell does that mean? Like, what are we doing right now?
Brady a Giants fan.
Okay.
Brady told him, go on, man. Brady told
two guys returning to the Bay.
I was about to say, Brady was like, man, go out there right now. I'll be there next year.
Oh, Lord.
I'll be there next year.
Did you take a 46-year-old Tom Brady?
He's been good this year. Like, he hadn't been bad, but he hadn't been the same. He looked more like last year with the
Christian
Patriots.
McCaffrey, Debo Samuel, Brandon
Yeah,
Ayuk.
you just got to dump it off.
Jennings,
I'm not going to say
Kittle. I should name George Kittle last. Goodness gracious.
I'm not going to say no because I said no if anybody asked me before. And
Kyle already said no.
Yeah.
Nah, we're good. That was 40. That was what, 43-year-old Tom Brady?
Yeah, I thought he was. I thought he
42.
was on his way out after what I saw with that Patriots team, and then he goes and wins the Super Bowl. So, I don't even know.
Okay. Okay. Here's a question. This is. I didn't prep you for this. This is spur of the moment.
Okay.
Organic conversation.
Yeah.
What if Brock Purdy wins the Super Bowl?
Well, it's funny you say this, right? Because I've been meaning to talk about this since it happened. Everybody was talking about, oh, Jimmy might come back, and then what do you do with Jimmy if he, plays well or comes back? If Jimmy wins the Super Bowl, like, what do you do? You know me. I've been saying it steadfast from the start. There ain't no controversy. Jimmy's gone. All right. I don't know what y'all talking about. If he wins the Super Bowl, I thank him for his services. He eats for free in all of Northern California for the rest of his career, and he's done. Go get your $100 million somewhere. Trey Lance is the starting quarterback. If Brock Purdy wins a Super Bowl, I'll even go a step below that. If Brock Purdy goes to the NFC Championship game, that is the quarterback controversy going into next year. And I love Trey. That's my guy. But if Purdy is performing well, winning with these guys, that's crazy. Now, if he wins a Super Bowl, bro, I don't know what you do. I don't know what you do. If he there's about 7 games left, finishes the final 7 games, they're not going to have a bye. So he takes you through 1, 2, 3, 4 playoff games and wins you a Super Bowl. He got to be QB1. He got to be QB1.
Okay.
He's got to be QB. That's how I feel right now. I will probably go back and forth 10 times before the start of training camp.
Mm-hmm.
But it really would kind of depend, I guess, on how he plays. He plays really well and wins you a Super Bowl. Damn. But I saw this is the controversy. This is the QB controversy if he plays well and takes him into the playoffs.
I was talking to I did a radio hit in Las Vegas with Steve Cofield, some friends I've been talking to for years out there. And they told me because obviously we were on the show during Kyle Shanahan's press conference, so we're getting bits and pieces that are tweeted by people that we follow and have alerts on for it. I didn't realize until I was talking to them that a question amongst 49ers media, I assume 49ers fans as well, would be if Trey Lance comes back.
Like this year?
Yeah. Because ACLs, it's ACLs recover quicker than they used to, and there was like, what if? Is there any at all possibility?
Well, he broke his leg, though.
Any at all, right? Any at all possibility that Trey Lance returns? And I guess Kyle was asked that yesterday, and God bless him, he was asked that yesterday, and he just said no.
Yeah, he was asked that after the game.
He was asked that on Sunday.
Yeah.
Oh,
he was like, "No, he can't come back." No, but
I don't think it's that he can't come back. I think it's he's not coming back. We are not
said.
Bringing him back.
I think that's what he said.
Because that question came out the day after that question came the day he got hurt. Could he come back there? Or maybe it wasn't the day he got hurt, but in the weeks following him. I remember he's not. He's not coming back. He'll be back next year.
Now it's funny you say that because I heard that and I agree with him. That's how it should be. Week 17, Trey says, I've been rehabbing. I'm good to go.
Can't do it.
I wouldn't do it, but
can't do it.
I mean,
can't do it.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do
and
it.
that might not be good for anything anyways. Like, you're going to start your 3rd professional football game in week 17 as we're headed into the playoffs?
What, so why wouldn't it be good? Like if he's
because
not rushed, if he's not rushed,
because
the doctors say it's a good enough time, fully healed. He's rehabbed for the last, 4 weeks.
So is the caveat to that Brock Purdy is that bad of an option? Like the last 6 weeks have gone poorly and you desperately need another quarterback?
That's one scenario. The other scenario is Purdy he's just
I mean, if you're and you're still headed into the playoffs, you probably ride with it. I don't know that you roll the dice because at worst, well, I mean, you're really gambling on something from Trey Lance you haven't seen yet.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like the Carson Wentz thing where you saw, Philadelphia Eagles Carson Wentz.
Yeah.
You saw it. If you could have got him back, yeah, you throw him back out there. But with Trey, he hasn't had the opportunity to show it yet. You haven't seen it. I just don't think you can. I don't think you run that risk if you're Kyle Shanahan.
I'm playing devil's advocate. I'm asking questions. To me, there's no scenario you bring Trey Lance back.
Right.
You just don't do it. And it's funny you bring up that question, the original question,
Brock,
about if he wins the Super Bowl, because just because there's always controversy and there's always part of me feels like that's going to happen. Because I only say that, like, obviously I'd be elated, but there's always got to be some kind of drama with this. It can't just be like, yo, Trey Lance is your quarterback. Even let's just take Super Bowl out of it. Say he gets to the NFC Championship game. It would be just as loud. Like, what do you do? Who should you start? All this other stuff.
Yeah.
Part of me feels like it's not going to be clear cut. Oh, Trey Lance is starter, going into the offseason. It's always got to be something.
Who was it was Jimmy at 1, Nick Mullins at 2. Who was 3 again? A couple years ago? CJ Beathard. That's who it was. Just don't be CJ Beathard, Brock Purdy. Man. Just don't be CJ.
Hell, don't be Nick Mullins. I was wrong on Nick Mullins. I thought he was better than what he ended up being when he played some more.
He's in fact not. Want to get to some Kings talk here as well. Let's go to the phones first. 916-909-1320. Get our brother TC in here. TC, what's going on, man?
What's up with my two brothers, man?
We good, TC. What's popping with you, man?
I just want to talk a little bit about the Kings real quick. The Kings and the Niners. One thing I gotta say on as far as the Niners is, like, it's funny how everyone is like, oh, Jimmy can come back in 5 weeks. You hear it all on the radio, hear everybody talking, oh, he can come back for playoffs. But everybody's like glancing over Trey Lance coming back. You get what I'm saying? When he's going to be fully healthy. You get what I'm saying? And I don't really agree with the not bringing him back. If he's fully healthy, bring him back. If he starts, he starts. But I'm ready to run with Purdy and Lance. Lance could be the second string, and if Purdy, it don't work out for Purdy, Lance can be there. As far as for his growth and his playoff experience, this would be a perfect time for him to come back if he's fully healthy to enter the playoffs and get that, because you can't keep putting this kid on the back burner. That's where I be getting at with the clown show, Kenny. You get what I'm saying? Like, having Jimmy around, you get what I'm saying? Like, if you didn't want the kid, you should have never brought him here, but don't bring him here to keep, like, pushing him back a year, pushing him back this year, pushing him back this year. You get what I'm saying?
They didn't push him back. He broke his leg. He was the starter and broke his leg, TC. They didn't push him back.
They were trying to put, okay, he sat his first year. He damn near sat his second year. Everybody was ready to bench him after his first game. They was ready. Oh, let's
TC. TC, what are we doing right now? What are we doing? Like,
TC, come on, man. Come on, man.
The dude was the starting quarterback this year and then broke his leg.
That's all.
Come on, man.
That's all it is. And I'm just and look, TC, maybe I'm cautious and overly cautious on this one. But I'm not starting him. I'm not playing him this year. I'm not. There's too much. There's too much invested in, even if the doctors and everybody say, like, he's good to go. Yeah, all right, I'll just give him another 4 months. You know what I'm saying? I don't need to throw him back in there, for a game or two. I just don't. And if it's to your point, kind of what you were talking about to a certain degree, if it's for a game or two, that means Purdy's probably done enough to get you to that point. Mm-hmm. Just write it out.
Yeah.
And it has nothing to do with holding Trey back. It's you. This is supposed to be a franchise guy, and you take extra precautions when the guy's coming off a broken leg.
The 49ers are or were, depending on, your level of optimism or pessimism, whatever it may be, were going to win the Super Bowl on the strength of their defense.
Mm.
It's just, what can you get out of the starting quarterback? This was the exact same conversation we were having with Jimmy Garoppolo. It's not different now that it's Brock Purdy. I'm just not as confident as others that Brock Purdy, no matter how low you set that bar, can reach it. We'll see, though. He's going to have an opportunity to prove me wrong. He's going to have an opportunity to prove a lot of people wrong. He's going to have an opportunity to take this San Francisco 49er team potentially to a Super Bowl. They're certainly take him to the playoffs. Just hope this brother doesn't get hurt, because
Oh my gosh,
then we really will see Colin Kaepernick back in a 49er uniform. Who's got 7? Moody? Who's got 7?
Moody.
You'll be like, hey, homie, come off that 7 real quick, because I'm all y'all got left.
I really hate. I talk about this all the time. I really hate that the NFL only allow. Well, you can carry as many as you want, but because of the roster constrictions, you only have like 2 active quarterbacks. That's kind of stupid. You should be able to have like 4 active quarterbacks, and say, for instance, you know, if one goes out, like Jimmy went out, once he's out, he can't come back in if you activate the other quarterback. But just saying, like, just going into the game with 2 quarterbacks, like, that's all we got. Like, if Purdy went down with a sore ankle in the second quarter, what are you supposed to do? So it should be a situation.
Direct snaps to Christian McCaffrey and Debo Samuel the rest of the game.
And Kyle Juszczyk can throw a little bit too. McCaffrey can throw.
He's the emergency quarterback, right?
I think so.
Kyle Juszczyk.
Yeah. But it should be, you got 4 active quarterbacks. If a quarterback like Jimmy comes off the field, if you activate, let's say Josh Johnson in this situation, if you activate him, if you report to the official that he's active or whoever, Jimmy can't come back in.
Right.
And it's just as simple as that.
Is that a listing on the roster? Emergency quarterback? Does it say QB1, QB2, and then in case of emergency, break glass on Kyle Juszczyk? Is that how
QB1?
Yeah, what is it like? Because you always hear that, like when a starting quarterback goes down, the backup quarterback comes in, they'll tell you who the emergency quarterback is. Where is that listed? I want to see the emergency quarterback on every team. I want to see who has the absolute wildest one. We'll keep you updated. About 25 minutes from now, the waiver claims will close on Baker Mayfield, and we might not find out at 1 o'clock, but we should find out relatively close to it, certainly within the hour, if Baker Mayfield is in fact going to San Francisco, if he's in fact going to Los Angeles, if he's in fact going anywhere. The Sacramento Kings are headed off to Milwaukee. A couple of things here. Looking at the road trip overall, not specifically the Bucs. James Harden returned last night. Mm-hmm. We obviously know Chris Middleton returned for the Bucs over the weekend. Some teams are getting healthy. James Harden returned, and the Sixers lost to the Rockets. Just throwing it out there. You could do with that whatever you want to. I ain't gonna sing and I told you so dance off of one game, but best believe after 82. I'm going to have something to say about the Philadelphia 76ers. By the way, unrelated. So we're handing out a trophy now for the team with the best record after 82 games.
We are?
We are. We collectively, the NBA world, is handing out a trophy named after, I believe, the first NBA commissioner to the team with the best regular season record.
Okay. I don't know why they're doing that, but
I don't know what team wants that trophy.
Yeah, that's
I mean, I'll take it and put it right next to the Summer League trophy in the California Classic Championship and all that. No one, like, what do you do? Like, do you present that trophy like the first playoff game?
I'm about to say, is there a presentation?
Yeah. How do you does it just get UPS or FedEx to you? How does that work?
Why are they doing this?
I don't know why they're doing this. They've revamped some of their trophies. They're creating this new one. I don't know. And it's named after the first NBA commissioner.
I don't know. I mean, I guess it's not hurting anybody.
Some of these award names are getting too damn long too.
What's it?
Well, look, man, I love these guys. Do we need to have the Magic Johnson Western Conference Finals MVP Do we need to have the Larry Bird Eastern Conference Finals MVP? In addition to is it Bill Russell NBA Finals MVP?
I mean,
and then the Larry O'Brien Trophy. Are we doing a little bit too much?
No, it's okay. It's okay. It is. It's okay. The
feels like a lot.
The conference or the league championships in, I don't know what they do in hockey, but baseball has an NLCS MVP.
Who's the most improved trophy named after now? Anybody know? Has anybody ever won the most improved trophy twice?
I don't know who would be named off of that one.
I don't either. I just feel like this.
I like the conference championship names though. I'm okay with that. And the Bill Russell.
Was there always a conference finals MVP? Or did that start when they got the Magic Johnson and Larry Bird naming rights?
I think it started then. I think because the person would come and just present the team trophy, the Eastern Conference Championship, and now the MVP of the series. I think that just started a year or two ago. I'm okay with that though.
Can we?
They don't have to say that.
Since we're griping, can I do one other thing here? Sure. Can we stop putting owners on the podium when the team wins a championship? We don't hear from your ass all year long. You throw general managers out there, you throw spokespeople out there, you throw coaches out there. We hear nothing from you until your team wins the championship, and then you're there up in the forefront holding the trophy before all of the guys who worked for it. We need to dead that too.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I spent the damn money.
That's fine.
You're damn right I'm getting on the podium.
If you're Mark Cuban and you're Jerry Jones and you're doing weekly radio shows and you're going out there and you're taking the bullets and you're taking the hits and you're doing all that stuff, then that's fine. You got to own that. But you just get to walk up onto the podium and take center stage when you ain't.
You damn right, because you talking about standing in front of center stage and all this. You know what stands in front of center stage? My bank account. So you're damn right I'm standing up there and holding the trophy. And they're going to have to pry it out of my hands. You know how much it costs to run this damn season?
Please. Don't act like that money even means something to you.
Do you know how much it costs?
It doesn't matter how much it costs.
It don't matter if it was $10.
It's like a 5% of your wealth. It doesn't matter what it costs.
It don't matter if it was $10. I paid for it.
You blew how much you paid for this team at the craps table in Las Vegas last week.
That's all right. That's all right. I paid for it. You're damn right.
I'll use my line.
Talk to me first. Y'all ain't never seen me
They
before.
Always talk.
Talk to me
Hey,
first.
Let's bring Jeannie Buss up here. What? For what? For what?
No,
why?
The worst is when the Bus brothers came up.
Why? Get out of the way. I don't need to hear from you.
The Bus brothers, bro. No, look. So like, we ain't never heard from Vivek or anything like that. But we know Vivek. We know who he is. We seen him. He's out here.
Uncle V.
I don't think the Lakers had ever seen the Bus brothers, and they got up there and accepted. Lakers fans ain't never seen the Bus brothers. That one was crazy. But yeah, you're damn right.
Get out of the way.
No, I'll go first, then I'll get out the way.
Sure ass out the way. You ain't done nothing. That's why Jerry Jones and Jimmy Johnson were wrestling over the damn Super Bowl trophy. Jimmy Johnson's like, get your ass out of here. You have done nothing. Move.
No, like Victor, get your ass out of here. Okay, I'm the one who paid for all this.
Well, you're the Jerry Jones in this situation because Jerry Jones blocked Jimmy Johnson just like you did poor Victor. Poor Victor. I tried to unblock Victor. Yes, I couldn't find him in a plethora of, hot girls 1-6. I couldn't find him amidst all those accounts that we've had to shut down. Poor Victor. Sorry, Victor. Create a burner account, man. Get back in here with us. Kenny, hot-headed Kenny. Y'all come at me like I'm the one who have a temper. Man, just block that poor man. Just didn't like the trade and got blocked.
Be up at that podium with my tucked in jersey. Into my jeans.
Looking like Mike Wilbon throwing out the first pitch at the Cubs game.
Come on, man. Untuck that jersey, man. What are we doing?
All right. We keep it moving here. I don't even know. Oh, I was mentioning James Harden. James Harden came back last night, lost. Chris Middleton's back. We'll get to this later. Bradley Beal hamstring strain. I was reading a little bit more about that today.
Mm-hmm.
They're hoping he comes back for the West Coast road trip.
Well, you know, don't want to miss the West Coast road
The
trip.
East is scared of Sacramento, and he's trying to get all their guys back before before Sacramento comes to town, or Washington.
Don't forget when
comes to
John
town.
Morant was on one leg and was like, I got to come back.
Yeah, John Morant was Kevin Nash in the wheelchair. Like all of a sudden, it's like, wait, you went from out to doubtful to quit. Are you allowed to do that in less than 24 hours?
I got to mention too, Jason Tatum came back from his ankle sprain to play the Kings and then didn't play the game after that.
I'm telling you, man, they
They'd be
like, this is
scared of the
prime time.
Kings.
This is prime time.
Like, let's get on this. Let's get on this train early.
Yeah.
The East, Jesse asked a great question during the commercial break. I think everyone in the chat heard it. He asked, are the Sacramento Kings the funnest story in the league? As he just motions to me, hey, stupid, we need to take a break. What are you doing? It's my first day here. I'm sorry. I'll learn how to do this. We'll come back. We'll answer Jesse's question, whether the Kings are the most fun. We got Coach David Patrick set to join us in about 30 minutes. Kings tickets on the way. Much more ahead of Steelo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I didn't have the clock up on the screen, man. Sorry. It's like, what is he pointing at? Oh, goodness.
Did you
only 2 minutes late?
Did you see the Curry video?
I saw the video. The amount of y'all should be ashamed of yourselves. Y'all should be absolutely ashamed of yourselves. Like every single one of you.
What happened with Steph?
The fake video that got posted that everyone, and I guess it's a credit to Steph that everyone thought it was real.
Right.
But he's just chucking shots from like full court and he makes 5 in a row. And the amount of people who were sharing that, this guy's unbelievable. No, he is unbelievable, but not because of that fake video. It's like, so no one saw the LeBron video where he's just jump shooting from like 80 feet away.
What, you're going to tell me Kobe jumping over the car is fake too?
About to show you how to jump over an Aston Martin, boy.
Who did that?
a great
Kenny?
video.
Was it Kenny Smith?
Got hit by the
Ernie
car.
was in the car. That was great.
I got I worked the event when I was in LA for
Facts, Rob W.
that there was they gave away the Aston Martin Kobe's, and I was slipping. At the time I was a young guy, didn't have the money. They were giving away like this Aston Martin Nike leather jacket for like $300. I should have got it. Like they weren't even selling them. It was like the people who won that draw, they had an option to be able to buy that, and they had maybe 7 or 8 left over. And I thought they might give it to us. They're like, "Oh, we got these jackets if you want to buy them." And I should have got it. That's the same day I saw Magic Johnson. He was out in LA Live, sitting out there working the event. All of a sudden,
Did you talk to him?
just from a distance, there was like 3 or 4 of us. He was by himself. We walked across the street from like Staples, or maybe it was from LA Live to Staples. We were sitting there like, is that Magic Johnson? That is Magic Johnson. Magic. He's like, hey, what's going on?
I've only had one interaction with Magic, and it was amazing. Like he makes you, like he gets it. He makes you feel like he's known you for years.
My mom met him.
Cheryl and El Grove be meeting everybody.
Yeah, well, it should be everywhere. I ain't never there.
Magic, Snoop. Not that Snoop. The other Snoop.
Magic,
Chase.
the biggest like celebrity you've ever seen or met?
Yeah, somebody, Leezy asked the question. He says, who's the biggest celebrity that had you starstruck?
I took a picture with Nate Robinson at Six Flags once.
Nate.
Nate Robinson, my guy. I mean,
I don't know.
I met Beyonce. Like, I mean, Alicia Keys. I wasn't starstruck with Rihanna. Rihanna was I wasn't starstruck with her at all.
Into her eyes, you stayed away from looking into her eyes.
Well, no, this was SOS. Like she was just chill. Like she wasn't. But Alicia, everything was fine until she laughed and touched my hand, and then it was curtains. That was it. I was starstruck. I mean, the biggest stars probably met is Michael Jordan.
Oh, damn, really don't get much bigger than that. Come on, man.
I mean, or Beyonce. Like, it's got to be one of those two, right?
Yeah. I don't think I've met a lot of famous people, to be honest with you.
Well, you're the famous one. So,
Yeah.
I mean, you're looking down on people right now.
KC legit got lines to go see him at the games.
That's for real.
Not true.
That's for real.
It is. It is. I've seen those lines.
That's for real. That is absolute facts.
I had to wait in one time.
I met Hogan plenty of times.
I did meet Stephen A. Stephen A. was really nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Really nice. I guess. I mean, I guess it would be KD or John Wooden.
Mm. That's facts. I think it was Leezy. Someone asked, "Who's the biggest celebrity KC's met?" And it's like, KC's the celebrity. Like, how do you?
I'm just out.
He's
here,
just
man.
out here with his peers. That's all it is. He's just out with his folks.
Just out here, man. I'm just chilling. But I did. Like I said, I think it was KD or John Wooden. I met them at the little training.
You
All
played
these
with
guys-
KD though.
Yeah, I did play with KD.
Like
He
there's
busted our
meeting
ass
and
real quick.
there's meeting and like a full on interaction. Like you had an interaction with KD.
Yeah, busted our ass real quick.
I interviewed Beyonce, but I wouldn't like classify that as like that's different. It's not the same. I mean, it's an interview and it was short and you got 90 seconds. So no matter what happens in 90 seconds, like this interview's over. Cool. Got it. Thank you, sir. But like interactions, it's probably closer to Kobe or Michael. One of those two.
Now, see, so at the training facility I used to work at, shout out to Hacks, man. Hacks was one of the greatest experiences of my life. Like I think I've talked about this before, but everybody came through there. Every athlete, I should say, came through there. Basketball player, excuse me. And the only one that didn't come in was LeBron. That's the one guy who didn't come in. But at the time, we're talking 2009, like Derrick Rose came through there during his time. Dwight Howard came through. I met Dwight. Dwight was cool. Dwight was a cool dude. But that's 2009. That's like when he's one of the biggest players in the world. Kobe came through, then I couldn't talk to Kobe. Kobe fenced everything off. You ain't getting to Kobe. Lamar Odom came through there. Everybody came through there. But yeah, I think KD and John. And when John Wooden came through, like I was like, damn, yo, that's John Wooden. It's John Wooden right there. That's crazy. So that was cool. I met this ain't like a superstar, but Brett Beeline when he was coach of Michigan. I talked to him like, Coach, man, I'm a Michigan fan, whatever. He gave me his card with his email because he was scouting some kid. He was like, hey, man, hit me up sometime, whatever. And I actually emailed him one time. I was like, Coach, I don't know if you remember you met me at the. He's like, yeah, I remember you, man. Thanks for supporting us out there, man. Good. It's like, oh, okay, Coach. By the way, I might have a year eligibility left, Check the records.
You didn't bite.
Grad student.
There you go. I mean, I'm 30, but I get out there, Coach. I get out there. I get up. That's good stuff. I met Bill Russell. That was intimidating.
Wow.
Yeah, Bill Russell was intimidating. That was, hey, let's go say hi to Mr. Russell. I'm like, you sure? You sure? Are we allowed to just walk up to him?
Weren't you at Jordan's house?
See, that's our rumor. No. I was at Mike Wilbon's house.
Oh, okay.
I was at Wilbon's house All-Star Weekend in Phoenix. He had the ESPN crew over, which at the time was John Barry, who you would refer to as an S starter.
I can believe that.
And
well, family.
A memory like I'll always cherish because it was my first but not my last interaction. Stuart Scott was there. And Jordan was there. So in addition to like Wilbon's wife and family and his brother was there and all of that stuff, there was like the ESPN crew. And as you'd expect, the crowd just followed Jordan. Like his son was playing at the time. I can't remember
Marcus.
where. I'm sure it was Marcus, but I can't remember what school he was at. And Michael
Central Florida.
Jordan had walked into Mike's bedroom, and just not like for privacy. It was just the way that the house was set up, and they had that game on the TV. And of course, everyone eventually followed, and we're all standing in his bedroom. Like, what is? Now look at like this is weird. Like let's get out of here. And the game ends, and Jordan, and I'll give John Barry a lot of love for this. He got Michael Jordan talking and telling stories, and it was amazing. So much that my absolute favorite part of the story the next day is celebrity all-star game, and Kara's playing in it. So we're there like super early. Play-by-play guy, John Barry, Mark Jones. Sat next to Mark Jones, who has, I guarantee you, he has zero recollection of this. Sat next to him the entire game. But as we got there, hey, D, look over, and a Stu, dressed to perfection, as always. He walks over to me, the dap and hug and say, yo, that was crazy, wasn't it? It's like, man, does he do that all the time? And he looked at me and goes, Mike, he never does that. So like to have that like experience with Michael Jordan was dope. And then obviously, I got to see Stu a couple of times in Bristol and obviously him passing away. That's a memory. And I met Mark Jones, and Mark Jones doesn't even know it. Mark Jones doesn't even know. I sat next to him, and if I remember correctly, one of the Globetrotters got JB with the confetti bucket. Yeah. They was doing the water bit, and then they grabbed it and they come over and they do the thing, and they got JB, probably got Mark Jones too. Mark Jones, if you're listening, I was sitting next to you 10 years ago and you didn't even know it.
Come on, man, Mark Jones, man. That's a star. That's a star.
Oh, that's the guy.
That's a star. You mentioned Mike, and we talk about taking things for granted, and I think people I feel like, I could be wrong, but people take Michael Jordan's star power for granted. Michael Jordan, like they, rest in peace to him, but they always talk about how Kobe was in China, right? And that people go crazy, and talk about LeBron right now.
Did you watch the Redeem Team?
I did.
Okay.
I did. Really good.
That painted a really good picture of what Kobe was like there.
Really good. It's amazing to see that. But much like the story that you talk about, Michael Jordan is that's the guy we talk about. And no shade, he's great too. But we talk about Magic, right? Oh, Magic lights up a room and energy, and he does all that. If Michael Jordan steps into any room, it's Michael Jordan.
Yeah,
it's Michael Jordan, and I just feel like, I don't know, we just kind of forget that sometimes.
I think there's probably a couple of reasons for it. Like at the end, Kobe turned babyface, right? The biggest babyface turn, and one of the biggest babyface turns, I think, in sports history. Mike turned heel from the Hall of Fame induction on. Mike was a heel, and everyone who knew that's Mike.
Yeah,
like y'all didn't know Mike until the Hall of Fame. Then everything changed. Magic is so, like we were talking about during the Magic is just so welcoming. Like there's obviously this aura around him, but he eliminates it by the way that he talks to you and the way that he interacts with you. Like it's just so like, it's like one of your homies.
Yeah.
That's what interactions with Magic Johnson are like.
Yeah, nah, for sure. It's it's different, but it almost reminds me, we always talk about the interaction we have with the playmaker. When we did the interview with Michael Irvin, and we were getting ready, he's like, all right, guys, all right. Yeah, it's all good, whatever you need. And they were like, all right, Mike, we're on. Hey, it's the playmaker, Michael Irvin. I was like, this dude is a star. He is a star.
Yeah. I mean, there is a performance element to being, a star. The Miz.
He's like that.
The Miz is, you could have a conversation. I had like the shortest conversation with Mike. And then the second it was time to be the Miz, oh my God. It's a literal light that goes on for those guys where they become the individual that we know from television and interviews and books and videos.
You're kind of like that.
Stuff.
You don't really say too much of nothing. But once this light go on here, it's showtime, baby.
That's accurate. Like that's very accurate. I'm very
baby.
I'm very reserved, and yeah, that's accurate. I'm the same way in public too. Like until you say, "Hey, D-Lo," like as soon as you say that, it's like, "Oh, let's go." Otherwise, I'll probably just have my head down, my earbuds in, and keep it moving.
Yeah, you just got to catch me on a certain day. It depends on the day.
Oh man, you the star, Kenny Caraway.
Sometimes I go. I mean, I'm never rude. I don't think I'm trying not to be, but I say all the time, I love being an only child. I loved it. I loved it.
Well, I mean, I was told your smile lights up the whole Golden One Center.
Who the hell said that?
You wait a minute.
That was not the words.
What were the words? What were the words?
You have a nice smile.
Oh, that's not what I heard. That's not what I heard. That is that you're downplaying that interaction in a major way. At HBC United, the Golden One Center lit up.
Hey man, the Rockets beat the Sixers last night. Boy, that game was crazy.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Driven by Lashes, Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app. This just in from People Magazine. Nia Long and Ime Udoka have broken up after 13 years together.
Damn.
Fellas, we're back in. Everyone just ran to their Twitter account. Hey girl, just checking on you. If you need someone to talk to, I'm a good listener.
That reminds me of not that. Either.
Part of me wants to believe Tay Diggs broke out his phone and is shooting a message right now.
That reminds me of the old Chris Rock joke. This doesn't apply to Ime, handsome man. But when he's talking about Jermaine Dupri and Janet Jackson, and he goes, "Yeah, we saw Jermaine Dupri and Janet Jackson were together. Who knew I had a chance? Who knew?"
Ime Udoka, like the what do you call it? The press picture that they use of Ime Udoka. They need to update it.
Like him pre-beer.
Like Ime Udoka looks like a different individual with the beard.
That happens with the beard.
It makes me wonder because he I'm comfortable. He's a more handsome individual with that beard. It makes me wonder, like, man, will that happen to me? Like, if I
look, man,
do I go up 3 points if I grow?
That's what these women be saying. They be saying, y'all be tricking us with the beard, tricking us with the beard. Because if you ever shave, they be like, nah, that's not who I got with.
James Ham's wife's married to a 17-year-old after he shaved. And James got on the stream yesterday. I was like, what the hell? James said he was going to do it, and it was still shocking when he did it. Goodness, it's a great example. Rick Fox. It's a great example. Rick Fox with the facial hair and Doug Christie's fist not in his face.
Well, there's that. They always love Rick Fox, though.
Oh yeah,
they always love.
I love the series long joke that Zoe is Rick Fox's daughter on Blackish.
Wait a minute. I don't know if I ever picked
oh yeah, it's a long joke that Zoe's too perfect to be Dre's daughter, and the insinuation is that it's Rick Fox. Even when they're like, I think Pops and Dre, like Dre had like a premonition or something. He was having a dream or that he was dead, and he comes back to life, it's one of those things where you're walking through the afterlife and you're seeing life without you.
Yeah. And
Rick Fox comes in and Dad, hi Dad. Oh, you're the dad I always wanted. It's one of my favorite bits on the show.
Did you see our worlds kind of colliding a little bit with and we'll get back to sports in a second, maybe. But did you see that Diane and Omari Hardwick are in a movie? It's a cute little Nickelodeon movie.
I'd missed that. No.
Yeah, they're essentially it's actually a football movie, and Amari Hardwick is the football playing dad, and she's the daughter.
Okay.
Our worlds collide. No, Blackish and Power together. What?
I like it.
It's crazy.
I like it. Hey, let's get back to the question we asked 20 some odd minutes ago. Are the Kings the funnest story in the NBA?
I think so.
Is funnest the word?
Most fun.
Jesse, can you look that up?
Most fun.
I think that's the proper way of doing it.
I think they are. I mean, not to say that, and people don't know how to comprehend what's being said sometimes. Nobody's saying they're the best team.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's saying like they're the favorites or nothing like that.
The Beam is a story.
The Beam is a story. The Kings are a story. Like for a little while, and even right now, you could say the Pacers were just as good as the Sacramento Kings record-wise. They weren't the story that the Sacramento Kings were because there's not the whole story, so to say, of the Sacramento Kings finally being good. The Pacers don't have that.
Yeah.
Right? The Pacers were in the playoffs like 2 years ago. So it's not the drought plays into the story. And then you combine that with the fact that they're actually fun to watch. And then this whole Beam thing. And then the Golden One Center just goes nuts. Yeah, they're the most fun story in the game.
I think I saw Cam tweet this, that the Beam is now on Google as a place of worship.
That was hilarious.
That is just phenomenal work. Whoever did that, if you are listening, kudos to you. That is brilliant to label the Beam as a place of worship. This is just tremendous work.
And our guy, and once again, man, he need to stop leaving me on red. To be honest with you, that's our guy too. He actually follows me too. Worldwide Woe, he put it out there. The Beam has been added to Google Maps as a place of worship and has 99 5-star reviews already.
That's just tremendous. Baker Mayfield, here it is. We heard this morning. It's now official. I'd hit the breaking glass if I can find it, but I honestly have no idea where it is. Baker Mayfield was claimed on waivers today by the Los Angeles Rams.
The Rams. Rams are okay. Rams.
The Rams now inherit the remaining $1.35 million on Mayfield's contract. He's expected to fly to LA tonight. Rumors are, I don't think it's a rumor. I think it's a story, a part of the story, that Baker actually asked to be released. Like, look, you've moved on. There are some teams that could use a quarterback right now. Could you just release me and let me see what happens on the market? It wasn't just the 49ers. It was the Rams. There was probably I'm guessing probably in about 5 to 10 minutes we'll see a list of probably 3 or 4 other teams that put waiver claims in on Baker Mayfield. And yes, he is a free agent.
What do you think his?
I have no clue.
I'm trying to see right here, right now, if the Rams can help me at all. No, they can't. Who cares? I mean, they played the Sonics. They played the Seahawks the final game of the season. But other than that, they're useless to me.
I don't even think the breaking glass is on here.
Damn.
It is. It should be like in black or something.
That's why I couldn't see it. And I was basically just ignoring it because it was I'm looking at all the, like, what? It almost looks like a blank tile. It's like, no, it says breaking news on it, idiot.
Baker Mayfield going to the Rams.
Yep.
Well, okay. All right.
And I mean,
good for him.
I don't think there's any salvaging this season for Los Angeles. Like, this is just they were done after winning the championship. I didn't believe it. I thought they had a window. When the Aaron Donald retirement stuff turned out to be like accurate, when Matt Stafford threw a woman off a balcony, it was probably,
oh my goodness.
It was maybe that's not exactly what happened, but you could tell the story a little bit differently now that things have gone so bad. Yeah. When he Mick Foley'd that woman off the top of the podium.
Oh my God, she's dead.
Good God Almighty, she's broken in half. It was, hey, maybe this team is taking a turn.
So you think they're done? Like next year, not even bounce
How
back?
could you not be?
Yeah,
How do you get better?
they don't even have the first round pick.
Truth be told, that's what I mean. Truth be told, Aaron Donald should just retire. I think he has guaranteed money for next year, like a massive amount of guaranteed money. Maybe he's going to play that one out, but I might not be remembering the structure of his contract properly when he signed that extension, but I know it was for a massive amount of money this year. And I feel like I could be wrong, but I feel like the ball is completely in his court, where if he decided to stay, he gets the full amount of guaranteed money. If he decides to retire, then he retires.
Yeah.
But he's in firm control of his bank account next year.
Yeah, they just, like you said, how did they get better, right? Like they don't have any weapons right now. And who knows what's going to happen with the quarterback. They don't have a running back. I'm assuming, although I should never assume when it comes to the Seahawks and the Rams, but they don't have a lot of room to do much of anything financially. So
this is the Rams, buddy. They have infinite cap space.
I mean, like
you know
I said,
better than that.
And they'll find a way to get a first round pick. NFL will give it to them.
Probably.
NFL definitely give it to
Hey,
them.
guys, you gave it a good effort. Here's a pick.
Did you see that? I think it's the Texans are scheduled to have like probably 2 top 10 picks. They get theirs and the Browns.
Sense. Cleveland's, yeah.
What do you? I mean, all that other stuff aside, right? Like, we're not going to go there. What do you think about that deal now?
So you're eliminating that stuff.
We're just going to talk about as a player.
I can't judge it. Like, he served a 12-game suspension. He came back. He's been back 1 game. I don't know. It seems ridiculous to me, but let's not pretend. I mean, Deshaun Watson is now almost 2 years that he went without playing football. Yeah. Like, prior to that start Sunday, it was nearly 2 years that he had gone without playing football. But the year prior, I've said this before, and I'll be a broken record because it's astonishing. He put up numbers on a team that was like 4-12, that only guys like Aaron Rodgers and Peyton Manning had put up for teams that were, 12-4.
Right.
Like, his numbers were MVP worthy. They were incredible. They weren't 4-12 because of him. The fact that the deal was done after all of these allegations became public, the fact that the deal was done after you had to have known he was going to serve some kind of suspension, thus lengthening the amount of time that he's been off the field, it seems ridiculous. But at the same time, speaking only of football, I don't believe that guy that we saw on Sunday, that's not that quarterback. Like, I believe he's going to be a lot better in time. And truth be told, I don't think it's going to be this year.
I don't think so either. I think football-wise, I think it was a bad deal. Like, they tried to do something like they were the Rams, and they were not as close as the Rams.
I might disagree a little bit with that.
I mean, even when it seemed like they were close, that's when they had Landry and Odell Beckham.
Yeah.
They didn't have those guys no more.
That's fair.
And they gave him all that money, so that affects your cap, and you gave up all the picks. Like, they did it.
That's the killer.
They did it like, yo, those picks don't matter. We're here right now. No, you're not here right now. Like, you're cool, but you still need some more pieces.
And they're a lot to me like the Colts. There's a great article. I couldn't finish it because it's a lengthy piece on Andrew Luck. That's on, I think it's ESPN.com today. But it's like Andrew Luck finally speaks about why he retired. It's really, really good. But it reminds me of that Colts team. Colts kept trying to search for, when Andrew Luck retired, I believe that was a team that was capable of getting to the AFC Championship, competing in the Super Bowl. When you lost Andrew Luck, that went out the door. They kept chasing who can step in and be that Andrew Luck player, who can be the guy. It wasn't Carson Wentz. Now they're trying with Matt Ryan. The problem is all of those guys are older now.
Yeah,
it's the same exact thing. You talk about that group with Myles Garrett and Nick Chubb and that roster of Cleveland Browns, Denzel Ward. It's an incredible roster. Well, the years of Baker Mayfield and the playoff year where they fell short, and then the disappointment of last year. It's 3 years later. Like, you wasted a year on those. You wasted a year of those guys' career because you didn't have Deshaun Watson for 12 games.
Yeah.
We'll come back. Coach David Patrick, Sac State Hornets, is going to join us when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Jacob.
Wait, it's behind a paywall? Oh, it's ESPN. I'm sorry, Roddy.
Jacob,
Right.
you sound dumb as hell. This team is 5-7. They got gifted two of those wins. They're not. If they were close, they wouldn't be 5-7 without Deshaun Watson. Like, the Niners are close, so they lose Jimmy G and they Trey Lance, and they can still win games.
Maybe there are very
the Browns
levels.
are not the Niners.
No.
So that's not close, Jacob. Does it mean they're scrubs?
Do not block, Jacob.
Does it mean they're scrubs?
Do not block, Jacob.
No, nobody's saying they're scrubs, but they're not close. They don't have the weapons no more.
I know what Jacob's trying to say. Jacob, I'm with you.
Don't
you do it. Don't you block that man.
Don't
you block that
did
man.
Me get out of here, Jacob.
Famous last words.
Don't you block that man.
You get out of here, Jacob.
Oh. Oh.
Jacob, you can be back after the commercial break.
Jacob, man, what a heel turn. Jacob, I got you. I know what point you're trying to make, and I'm kind of. Oh man,
Jacob, man, you fell into the bit, man. That's
oh
come
man,
come back in 5 minutes, Jacob.
Oh man,
come back in 5 minutes, man. You need a timeout, man.
Oh man. Man,
remember when Deuce got the boot in the chat?
What?
Ramsey blocked Deuce.
That's I think for my money, that's the greatest Chatty House moment of all time.
That's an all-timer.
Oh
like,
God,
wait a
man.
minute. Ramsey did what? Ramsey let all that power go to his head.
Oh no, I don't remember that.
Oh yeah, Ramsey blocked Deuce. This I think was. This might have been 2-hour deal. Oh, that was wild.
I still brings tears to my eyes just laughing when I
That
think
is
about it.
wild.
Oh, jeez.
Deuce just trying to make peace. He's just trying to make peace. Oh, man, that's all right, Deuce. I can't make peace with Cole. There are just some people you can't coexist with. That's all right. Wow, that was an all-timer. I feel like that might have been 2-hour D'Lo and KC time. I don't remember.
That is hilarious, man. I'm getting the ab work out there right now.
I was like, I'm sorry. Ramsey did what?
They were beefing. Ramsey told him, "Nope, gotta go."
How do we find out?
Like who blocked
Deuce told me.
Deuce? And you could kind of put 2 and 2 together because they were going at it for a little bit before.
Ramsey blocked him. Come on, man. Ramsey wild for that, man. Come on.
You see that Jimmy tweet?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll read this when we get back. How many weeks? Yeah. Jeez. What week are we in? 13.
Oh, that it's not as bad as they thought.
Yeah, it's not a list, Frank. And if rehab goes smoothly, he could have a chance to return in 7 to 8 weeks.
God damn. That's like the NFC
That's the Super
Championship
Bowl,
game.
right? Yeah.
Damn. But you never know with him, man. Remember we thought he was done for the season last year when he hurt his thumb?
Oh,
He missed
yeah.
the game.
Yeah.
He missed the game.
Yeah.
All right, so if Brock Purdy gets to the Super Bowl, who are you starting, him or Jimmy?
Yeah. That's a controversy as well.
Quarterback controversies everywhere.
Well, I mean, I think they got 5 or 6 games left.
Or
they're
Purdy or
8-4.
Josh Johnson.
We're heading into week 14 right now.
Oh, coach is here. Let's get coaching.
I thought we were heading to 13.
Hey, let's act civilized. Coach is here. What's up, Coach?
Coach, who's your football team?
Oh man, the Saints, man, but we ain't doing too good.
You wasn't feeling Monday night last night, huh?
Yeah. The Saints, man.
I got a little love for the Saints. All my family from New Orleans, man. So I got some ties to the Saints.
No
But
wonder you're a good dude, man.
yeah, man, that's all my people out there in the 504, man. Come on now.
504-225. I love it.
Hey.
I love it.
It's funny. I hadn't gone back to New Orleans. I actually went there like the week of Katrina. We got out just in time.
Yeah.
And I hadn't gone back until like 2 years ago.
Okay.
And it blew my mind. Like I went back as basically an adult.
Yeah,
I
of
was
course.
like, this is the best place ever. Like this is unbelievable. So I'm itching to get back.
Hang on 1 second, Coach. We're coming back from the commercial.
Yep.
Live on the Odyssey app. We're having some fun over on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, wherever you're listening. We appreciate you so much for being with us, just as we appreciate the coach of Sac State men's basketball for joining us here, Coach David Patrick. Coach, come on, man, talk to us. We're here. This is what we're here for. This is what we do, man. We get on the air. We talk about our feelings. We talk about the things that are going right. We talk about the things that are going wrong. It's a 4-hour therapy session for all of us, Coach. What's on your mind?
I just left my therapist, man. So, hey, man, when you lose 4 in a row, it's tough. But the one thing I say, and I'm being honest, like we've got better as we've lost the games that we've lost. And because we lost at Hawaii, which is a blowout, which is hard to. This is hard to travel to Hawaii and win games in Hawaii. It's a hard turnaround after playing a good UC Davis team. But these last 2 games, Southern Utah in double overtime, and then Santa Clara, who's very, very good, losing to them in the last probably 2 minutes of the game, showed me some growth, but also showed me that it's hard being a head coach, man.
Coach, I looked at the schedule and I'm following and it's a pretty aggressive schedule, right? Some tough teams. You talk about Santa Clara, obviously Hawaii. There's no pushover. There's no Portland Bibles on the schedule. I ain't saying no names. I ain't saying no names. I'm just saying there ain't no Portland Bible on there.
Yeah.
Is that like kind of your philosophy with building out a schedule now and moving forward? Like you want to test these guys as much as you can before league play?
I want to test them, but not as much as they gave me the test when I took the job, man. So, but I definitely,
Portland Bible next year at the Nest.
So next year you see a bunch of Bibles on there, but all kind of things, Bibles, Qurans, anything. But but yeah, you know what? I think it gets us ready for Big Sky play, which is what you want to do. And the teams we've played have been very, very good. Obviously starting off at UCLA, and our one win. Not just that one win, but one of our 2 road wins was against Denver, who's very good. They're top 25 in the mid-major poll. I think they're 8-1 coming into this place tomorrow. So we've played very, very good teams, and now it'd be at least good to play on our own home turf against a Division I opponent in Denver tomorrow night.
Yeah, Coach, they're looking for payback. And that game's going to be here on ESPN 1320. But how do you keep that stuff in mind? We're talking about this as the Kings get ready to hit on the road. They got Cleveland coming up. Like Cleveland's going to feel like they owe Sacramento one. When you have a game that was as tough as that one that you had against Denver, and they haven't lost since, how do you mention that? Like, no, hey, they've been game planning for us. We got to make sure we execute the same way we did last time.
Look, I think our guys are cognizant that game came down to the wire at Denver. They're very well coached. They're big like us. They get the ball in the post like we do. And so they're well coached. It wasn't like we blew them out over there. We had to make a big shot, like a desperation 3 towards the end of the game to beat them. So I think our guys are aware of that. I think they got the message yesterday in practice about who we are and identity. I'm not for moral victories. Yeah, people may think we played Santa Clara close, but that's not what we're here for. We're here to win games. And I think our guys got the message in practice. And I know they have that burning desire inside to go out and get back in the winning column. And so tomorrow, I hope will be a fun challenge against Denver.
For those who don't know, my Portland Bible dig was, a little Portland State thing. They played Portland Bible a couple weeks ago, another Big Sky opponent. But I ask you that, Coach, because I know how I am, but maybe not everybody's wired like that. Do you kind of keep track of what's going on in the preseason for the other teams in your league? Do you kind of watch their games, flippantly? Like I said, I watched that game against Portland Bible just because I want to get familiar with these other teams in the Big Sky. But do you do that as a coach, or are you, more focused on the first game that's or the next game that's up on the schedule?
Look, my staff definitely does if I don't. So they let me know who's winning and who's losing. And, you try to stay focused. But, I was down in the dumps and I saw we were like tied for third or tied for second in the league, so other teams in that league are playing a strong schedule like us. But you just want to see where the Montana State's kind of the bar, and you want to see where you are in comparison to them. I think they beat Southern Utah by 2 or 3 the other night. You see Portland State beat Oregon State twice, Pac-12 opponent. So you kind of try to measure yourself where you are against the league. So I'd be lying if I didn't, but you're trying to focus on us.
Yeah.
If you need another scout coach, you got one sitting across from me. He gets distracted during the show watching Big Sky replays. So if
I got you, Coach. I got you.
For a week, man, we may need another player.
Well, we were discussing his eligibility earlier. As long as you don't need a guy to play defense, Coach, you got a shooter over here. That's for sure.
And then with some of these jokers.
How are you though? Like I'm close with someone who became a head coach for the first time a couple of years ago, and she won everywhere that she went, and it was an adjustment that first year to get your ass kicked by an opponent in the ACC, and I know you've won everywhere that you've been, and it's got to be an adjustment for you now, Coach. Dealing with the struggles of this young team.
It is. I will say that first year at Riverside kind of gave me a glimpse of what year one's like, and I got to bring myself back to those times, because that first year is hard, man. Trying to change culture, trying to get used to new administration, the players trying to get used to me, the coach. So it's hard, and so I got to remember that sometimes. Obviously, as a coach, you want to have quick results, but that's not the deal. But it's some sleepless nights, man, when you're taking some losses, but it's because I care, because we care as a staff, because our players care. But it's tough, man. You ain't lying. When you're used to winning, you've got to remember what losing feels like, and at the same time not be comfortable with it. You got to get back to what's winning, and that's why they brought me here.
It's become, sorry, Casey, it's become so cliche, but it is in fact a process. Like you've got to trust the process. You got to believe in what you're doing and what you're building.
No, for sure, man. And I spoke to one of my mentors this morning, Johnny Jones, who's my head coach at LSU and was at Texas Southern, and he's just like, DP, you got to go through it to get to it. Meaning you got to have these close games, and the next time you're in it, get over the hump. Like there's some stuff that had come up in games that we haven't even game planned for. We're on practice 47, I think, today. And some of these teams have been together, 200 practices. Some of these coaches have been in these programs for 6, 7, 8 years. And so I got to remind myself of that sometimes and just keep plugging away.
Well, another reality of a coach, and it's not an excuse, but it's just the reality. I mean, you guys ain't been home in a long time, man. It seems like 3.5 weeks. You guys are finally playing a home game. Last one was like November 18th or something like that. So you finally get home for 2 games this week. You feel like the team is kind of like, we're glad to get back to the nest and do this, because you guys been on the road a lot lately.
Look, I think they are. The good thing is we got some guys that have been in this league before, Zach and Cam Wilborn in particular. So they know the ups and downs of this journey at Sac State. And we got some other guys that have come from other places. So they know it's a long season, but being at home and sleeping in your own bed, it's just a little different, man. Being able to practice in your own gym tonight, the day before a game, rather than be on a plane, all that stuff helps. And to have friends and family come watch these guys, you're hopeful that they put their best foot forward tomorrow night and represent them and the city of Sac.
Well, Coach, I know you're focused on Denver tomorrow, man, but Casey and I really love what the program has been doing. You did it at the Golden One Center, and you're doing it again this weekend, where you and the women's team are playing a doubleheader. And Coach, that women's team is playing really well, man, and we've been trying to push. Hey, you want to spend you want a Saturday watching ball, man? Get out there and watch the Sac State women and then the Sac State men on Saturday.
Yeah, I believe they're at 1:30 or 1 o'clock, and then we're right after them against Long Beach State. Coach Campbell's done a great job there with that program in year 2, And that's what I'm hopeful that program looks like that in year 2. To be 6-1 against the opponents that he's played is kudos to him and his staff. So, I mean, it's a fun time to be at Sac State when you look at Coach Taylor's football team playing Friday night and then us 2 teams playing on Saturday. Good weekend to be a Hornet.
Absolutely. I'm getting out there, Dane. I'm gonna be out there on Saturday, man. I'm gonna check that out.
Oh, you gonna get out the house? You think you're getting let out the house?
I talked. I've negotiated with wifey, and I'm
Okay.
like, I know the little baby here, but just give me a couple hours, man. So I'm gonna get out there. I'm gonna get to the nest on Saturday.
Please do, man. Yeah. Maybe you can stay a little longer if we get the win. We can make a pit stop on the way home somewhere.
Coach, we appreciate you, man. Good luck tomorrow against Denver. Again, you can catch that game on ESPN 1320, but we're following along, man. We're watching. We appreciate you.
Thanks so much as always, fella.
Take care.
All right. Coach David Patrick right there, Sac State Hornets again, tomorrow night's game against Denver, and it's going to be a hell of a game on ESPN 1320. And then that doubleheader, man, seriously, if you got the opportunity to get out the house a little bit, I know a lot of people are looking forward to the Friday game. Hopefully to be a chance to get to a football game without a monsoon happening,
please,
like it was last Saturday. But that playoff, it's Coach said it, man. It's a big weekend to be a Sac State Hornet fan. Stingers up.
It is, man. It is, and this is one of the
about
things.
to enroll back in school just so I want to be more a part of this.
Or what you trying to?
I think I only get to go to the tailgates if I'm with you.
No,
People be like, KC, he with you or nah? Because
hey, bro,
all I got was regular media parking. Kenny comes showing up like an hour late. Like, yo, where were you? In the parking lot.
I'll tell you, homecoming.
I look over at the parking lot. Say less, dog.
Homecoming 2023. Catch me outside.
I'm gonna start preparing for that now.
Yeah, man. But no, like this is why I try to tell people, man. And I'm passionate about this. I'm about to cry because
oh my.
I get emotional about this. I'm about to cry.
Because hey man, this is D1 sports right here in the backyard, man. And you got D1 basketball, D1 football in the playoffs, going for a national championship. And it's a big weekend down there for the Hornets, man. So you guys soak it in, man. It's some good stuff.
Drink it in, man. Drink it in. To bring back one of Chris Jericho's old lines. So right before Coach Patrick joined us, the report went out from Adam Schefter that Jimmy G's injury is in fact not a Lance Frank injury, which changes the timeline for his potential return a little bit. And without surgery being needed, there's a chance that Jimmy Garoppolo could be back in 7 to 8 weeks. Now, I didn't do the math. We don't do math here on D'Lo and KC, but that puts you around the NFC Championship.
So 7 weeks.
Bye week of the Super Bowl.
7 weeks, if my math is correct, would be the second round of the playoffs.
So I'll say this. That tweet doesn't go out for a quarterback that isn't on a team that people believe can be in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That tweet doesn't go out if something happens to, I forgot his name, but the Texans quarterback.
Oh, Austin or Allen?
No, I don't think that's it.
Davis Mills.
Davis Mills, that's what it is. I knew there was a Davis in there. I was like, it's not Anthony Davis. His name is not Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis is playing some ball right now.
Why are we talking about injuries and Anthony Davis again? I mean, what's going on here?
Anthony Davis is not injured
right now.
Yeah, my goodness.
Boy,
what a reminder when that dude is healthy. Goodness gracious, man. I know Laker fans or basketball pessimists, basketball people are like, yeah, I will enjoy it now. I am.
He's a problem.
That dude's playing. The problem is it's making the Lakers significantly better, and I'm not for that.
Well, I mean, I don't care about the Lakers being good. I hope they, I hope they burn in hell. You know what I mean?
Okay, Lake Show.
I thought we got that off the board. I was on there yesterday.
You had the opportunity
I was
to
on
get
there
rid of it.
yesterday.
And
I deleted it. It didn't go through.
No, it didn't. Jesse brought it back.
It's a damn shame. But I mean, we ain't got to worry about that with the Kings, because I think the Kings gonna be top 6. We ain't got to worry about that.
The conference is so muddled. Here, I'm gonna pass this along and then I'll leave it alone. But I'm only gonna mention this because we did talk about it.
Well, go ahead.
The 49ers did not put a claim in for Baker Mayfield.
Got you. And I was going to say before we left the 49ers, my bold prediction, Jimmy plays the first playoff game. That's
So
going to be 6 weeks.
Increases
That's
the
6 weeks
rehab a
from
little
now.
bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he plays the first playoff game.
How many weeks did we say in the regular season? We're doing week 13 power rankings coming up. So
I'm
there's
just going games
5
here. They
games
got
left.
5 games left. The 6th week game would be the first playoff game because they're not going to have a bye.
And we're positive 49ers will still be in playoff position.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. I believe that they will.
They're going to win the West.
Where's Seattle at right now?
They're 1 game back, but really 2 because they
They
2
don't play,
until,
right? They
well,
don't
they
play.
got one more game.
They haven't played twice already?
No, they go to Seattle next Thursday.
Tampa Bay this week, Seattle next Thursday. Okay.
They're winning the West.
Okay. I'm not arguing that they're not winning. I'm just saying I think you're being a little too dismissive of Seattle.
I mean,
but you've been doing that all year, so I'm gonna let you rock.
And look where they are. They barely in the playoffs. If it wasn't for that,
You had that team at like 0-20.
No, they've been way better than I expected. But they're barely in the play. If it wasn't for that tie, they'd be out of the playoffs. Last week they were out of the playoffs, and they still got.
Well, it doesn't matter if you're barely in or barely like if you're barely in or barely out. You're either in or out.
They got their schedule kind of tough.
Is it?
They got the Panthers, Niners, Chiefs, Jets, and Rams.
I'm sorry.
They're losing.
You have to recognize that sounded funny. As you said, the schedule's kind of tough. They got the Panthers.
They're losing this week.
They got to the Panthers.
Yes.
Look, what a moment here as we've switched, and you're the Panthers guy now.
I mean, they got rid of the problem. They got rid of the problem.
So Sam Darnold is he's the savior.
Well, that coach and Sam Darnold are better than the coach they had before and the quarterback they had before.
If the Panthers make the playoffs now that I'm done with them, I'm going to vomit. I'm going to be sick.
To be fair, you weren't the only one on that train.
Yeah,
a lot of people were
feeling that. It was a dumbass train to be on. I'm going to tell you that.
A lot of people were feeling that one.
I was that train where Michael Scott was on just waiting and like, yeah, I think the conductor left. No, you're never going to get there. It's like 4 seasons in. You're never going to get there.
Get there at some point.
No, you won't.
But look, everybody get your picks in. Put the Panthers over the Seahawks this week.
Now you want everybody to get their picks in. All right.
In Seattle, they're going to beat them.
All right.
Seattle just lost to the Raiders. Now the Raiders actually could make the playoffs still.
It's a hell of a job by the Raiders stringing together some wins here. But it's like I told Sarah and Jake, I ain't gonna get high off that strand. It's gonna be me. I don't. Even 3 in a row, I don't trust it. I need to see more. And I want to believe it's all right there. It's all right there for the Raiders.
They got
it's all right there.
And that schedule week.
Schedule's not very good. It's going to come down to the 49ers and
I think they play the Chiefs.
The Chiefs, yeah.
And the Chiefs might.
So if you have one locked up, do
you
know who
they ain't beating the Niners? Though, so it don't matter.
Who's the Chiefs' backup quarterback?
Is it still Henny?
I have no idea.
No.
It is. Wow. All right.
Henny with a big time play in 2 playoffs ago. Remember when Patrick Mahomes got knocked out?
You forgive me for not recalling.
I know that
from 2 playoffs ago.
Seems like 22 years ago.
Yeah, it feels like a minute. We were transitioning to the Kings, the NBA. Oh, you said the top 6, the Western Conference. Top 6 right now is Phoenix, who has 8 losses. New Orleans. It reminds me. Make a note. Willie Green. You don't actually have to physically.
I'm about to get emotional about the crap.
Yeah. Okay. Well, knock it off.
I get emotional about this. I'm about to cry.
I really don't like the way you talk about.
Hey, he's balling too. He scored another touchdown. And did you see the shoes that Nike gave him? Jamal Williams. He gave him like Galaxy phones, cleats.
Oh wow. I missed that. I missed that.
He balling.
You're really trying to will this Detroit Lions to the playoffs thing to happen. I admire you for sticking with it. Good
if it wasn't for the Commanders, I'd say they would make it, but the Commanders might take.
Commanders are playing. Yeah. I don't know what that was Sunday, but maybe that was just too. Maybe that was the Giants fighting for their life.
2 weirdo teams. The Commanders had the ball in like the 40 in overtime. They needed a field goal and they couldn't win. What?
I think 2 weirdo teams is the perfect way to describe it. Western Conference, Phoenix right now, 8 losses. New Orleans, 8 losses. Memphis, 9. Denver, 9. Sacramento, 9. The Los Angeles Clippers, the current 6th seed right now, 14-11. Man, this Clippers team is exactly like last year.
You see what happened though last night?
I didn't see the Clippers last night.
The boys came back, and that boy Kawhi with the game winner.
Kawhi played last night? How did I miss this?
Yeah, man.
I was wrapped up with Brady and missed it.
With the game winner with like a second left. Kawhi's back.
Wow. He ain't going to play for 3 weeks. Lakers, Cavs, Pistons, Heat, Dolphins,
Nuggets.
Denver. I did see what happened in San Francisco.
Man, that's crazy.
Man, that kid.
He nice.
Yeah.
No Miles Turner or Tyrese, and they got him.
Who did I see? Who was it? Oh, someone was thirsty over Miles Leonard. Hoops Hype was wild this morning.
Oh,
I don't know if you went to Hoops Hype this morning. Like, trade rumors is out there already.
what?
We ain't even to December 15th, and trade rumors are out
Let's
there.
see what my boys are
Like, they
talking
trying to
about over
dump Patrick Beverly, which like 98% of them involve the Lakers in some way, shape, or form. But I know I read something about Miles Turner this morning. Part of me feels like it was the Lakers, but I'm not sure.
there.
Point being, the Kings right up there with the conference leading Phoenix Suns. They've just played less games, significantly less games. But in terms of the loss column, it's 8-9 through the top 5 teams in the Western Conference. The Clippers and the Portland Trailblazers, they're at 11 losses. They're the 6 and 7. Then you've got the Dallas Mavericks and the Golden State Warriors, who are also at 11 losses. They're the 9 and 10, and the Utah Jazz are right there in the middle because they have 14 wins as opposed to 12 or 13 like these other two teams have.
Man.
But yeah, Utah is probably slowly going to trickle out of this, and then it feels like the biggest question marks right now in the Western Conference. 20 some odd games in, are the Lakers making a run? And how bad is this Minnesota thing going to get? It's worth pointing out Minnesota turned it on as the season went along last year. That was a different Minnesota team.
Yeah.
And this is an experiment that many people, me not being one of them, thought was going to blow up.
Yeah, I don't know about Minnesota. I just really don't know. I don't know if I think they're going to battle for the 10th spot. I think they'll be around there, around 11-10 for most of the year. I think
That's
Dallas,
a massive disappointment.
It is.
That's that massive disappointment. Nothing. That's a massive failure.
Yeah.
If that's what you're doing, you're worse than last year without the ability to get better. That's a massive failure.
That's a
that you
Cleveland
can't.
Browns type trade right there.
Yeah, it kind of is.
Mm.
It kind of is. No hope of getting better.
There's no.
Well,
hope
there's one
with
hope.
dope.
There's
AC Slater,
Thank
Zach
you.
Morris. But yeah, I think they'll be around there.
They always point at the camera when they say it. There's no hope with dope.
Stupid. Dumb. That stupid commercial.
Your love for Saved by the Bell is one of the sneakiest funny things on the show.
That's my show. That's my show. It's so bad now too. Going back and watching it, it's so corny.
I'm so excited.
I'm so excited. I'm so scared.
What are you talking about? There's more caffeine in my energy drink than is in those stupid pills that you're taking. What are you talking about? They really trying to convince kids that caffeine is bad. Caffeine is a drug. Like she out there snorting coke or something. Like, what are we doing?
That are laid up in bed.
Oh,
afterwards,
that is so ridiculous to look back. Like, what is someone who has never seen that before? What, like, are you this chick taking this girl taking a pill form of Pepsi and freaking out?
And the side effects was the fact that she crashed and was like sleep.
So not only were they caffeine pills, they were cheap caffeine pills. Good caffeine don't make you crash. Cheap caffeine does. Yeah, bro.
Boy.
I used to take No Explode. the pre-workout drink,
Mm.
nitric oxide, NO expo. Oh, it was the cheapest bundle of crap you'd ever have. You take it, you'd crash at the end of the day because it's just garbage. But let you go a day without taking it.
Yeah.
Oh, you look like Bubbles. You sweating. You're sweating. Your head hurts. Oh, it is
Looking
the
like Bubbles.
cheapest bunch of or is Pookie when he trying to quit. You going through detox, man. It's terrible. Oh, the withdrawal effects of that stuff is bad.
Oh,
Jesse out here taking the pill form of Pepsi. We'll come back. This show's going to get on track at some moment.
Scared.
Ezekiel, hang tight. We got you. 916-909-1320. Stilo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, that NO Expo was awful.
Let's just not talk sports today.
Sure, we're off to a.
Will be the new Howard Stern show. Did you ever take C4?
No, I didn't try that one.
Yeah, that one's kind of like crack.
Yeah, I didn't try that one.
It'll get you going though.
Yeah, caffeine is addicting, man. Like
Stephen Brown, you want 5 minutes? You want 5 minutes, Stephen Brown? Settle down. Jacob, did you come back yet? We don't know.
Jacob, if you're there,
You're out of the penalty box.
Jacob just floated in the abyss with tweets.
He ain't the only one. He did. My man did. And it was Will's. So we're gonna act like white people. We're gonna act like black people do speed, huh?
Maybe in Bel Air. I don't know.
Remember the Carlton gun episode?
I was just about to say, didn't he get shot? Oh no,
That-
Will got shot.
That's where, Will got shot, and Carlton went and got a gun, and Will emptied it, and there were bullets in it, and he starts crying, and I'm looking at it like, this is the end of the show. This shit's dead. They've got nothing left. This show is over. This show is over.
Well, you know, I still got to finish Bel Air.
Oh
So,
man,
Another
season's coming.
I know.
I don't know.
number for them.
I don't remember when, but
I thought you said like February or something.
that might be it.
But I meant to watch it like on the plane when I went to Jamaica and everything. But I got the well, look, I don't have the NBC app subscription. Like I don't get it. I get it through my cable. So
You got like a premium Peacock.
Is that what you were asking about
Oh,
right
man.
there?
I don't have that. So I couldn't like download it to my device and watch it offline. Tragic. I was gonna finish it.
Is that what it's called? Is it called Premium Peacock or is it Peacock Premium?
I don't know. Oh, you over there taking caffeine pills?
Sneaky truth. Yeah, it's headache medicine with caffeine in it.
Oh man.
I legit get a headache almost every day, man. I think something's wrong with me.
You ever have migraines?
I don't get them very often. I have had them, yeah, but I just regularly get some form of a headache. Oh man. Oh man. That's crazy.
Hella random.
Carlton, that shit. You find out at the end of the episode that Carlton ain't even sleep with her. Like he's just going along with the bit. Carlton's still a virgin.
He said, "I'm the father."
Who Carlton loses virginity to? It was a grown ass woman.
I thought it was her
Oh, was it her?
because she brought him into the room. because that's the one where she goes, she said something about she's at the door and he says something about, yeah, I don't know if the time is right. And he goes, well, I could come back. And
Oh, that's right. That's right. I remember that. Yeah.
And she pulls him in.
Yeah, that's the scene I'm remembering. I didn't realize it was the same.
I think
girl.
it's the same girl.
I feel like that's supposed to say Urkel. Did Urkel get a gun too?
Oh no, I don't remember that one.
I never understood why Carlton lied about being the dad either. There's so many plot holes in these old shows we used to watch.
Jesse, were you
Carlton just wanted to be
Are you
loved.
caught up like on Fresh Prince? You seen enough of those?
Yeah, I used to watch them when they used to come on Nick at Night and stuff like that. That's when I got them.
The syndication is crazy for Fresh Prince.
Oh,
They were on a lot. VH1, Nick at Night. They're
it's
on
everywhere. Yeah, that BET channel that airs all these shows. 916-909-1320. Let's get Ezekiel in here. Zeke,
yeah,
what's happening, baby?
Yo, what's up with it, fellas? How we doing today?
We good, man. What's going on with you, Zeke?
Man, chilling. I just wanted to kind of touch on what Casey was talking about. And I agree with you, Casey. I mean, I really think like this whole notion, the Niners, you know, going from an NFC favorite to a team now that might not make the playoffs. I think that's off base. You know, the Niners ranked 14th in the league right now in passing offense, and they've struggled a lot in games this season to score the ball. And then I think the defense has had to bail them out in quite a few games this season. So now I know, you know, a rookie 7th round pick isn't ideal starting for you, but if he can be average or good, I think they'll be fine. You know, it's not like they're built throwing the ball 40 times a game and putting up 400 yards.
Yeah.
And what's going to be interesting is if Jimmy can come back by the wild card weekend and Purdy gets into a nice rhythm and he's moving the ball and he's playing well, then what do you guys do? You know, what do the Niners do?
Man, you know, I think back to last week, and it's a little different because Purdy would have had about 4 or 5 games. But I remember when we had Eric Davis on the show going into that week 17 game week 18 game against the Rams. And, you know, Jimmy's thumb and can he come back? And we're like, nah, man, it's time for Trey to play. And he's like, look, man, if Jimmy can play, he needs to be in there. He's seen it all. He's done it. And it kind of changed my thinking of everything. And obviously they came and won. Jimmy played really well in that game. So this is a little different because Trey had just played the one game. But, you know, if Jimmy's ready to come back wild card weekend, I think you go with him.
So I got you, and I'm with that. I'm 100% with that. Unlike Trey, Jimmy's battle tested in these moments, and regardless of like how you feel about him, his track record is an NFC Championship and a Super Bowl. Here's my concern with what Zeke said, and it's kind of along the lines of what you said yesterday, and I get it and believe you 100%. Apparently, Vegas believes you, like the 49ers championship odds only dipped a little bit. And, you know, we're seeing the tweets about Jimmy Garoppolo returning. The belief, it seems the overall consensus is because of that defense, the 49ers are going to be able to maintain something close to what we've seen. What Zeke said, what you've said, the idea is you're not asking Brock Purdy to do too much, right? For sure. You're not asking Brock Purdy to do too much for a quarterback who's played 13 games this year, who has an NFL career. You're asking a lot of Brock Purdy to get in there, get familiar with the NFL, get familiar with NFL game speed, get familiar with an NFL offense, get familiar with weapons everywhere that you look immediately. And hey, kid, just don't make mistakes. That's asking a quarterback, just don't make mistakes, is a big ask for a quarterback who's never been on a football field before. And I don't think Tampa, I mean, great coaches there. Todd Boyle's great coach. I'm sure they can scout the 37 dropbacks that Brock Purdy had, last weekend. They'll be able to game plan for him, a little bit. But I think the more we go along into the season, the tougher it's going to be for him. And I think, I use this as I said this yesterday. He didn't even have an opportunity to get nervous.
Yeah.
I got to imagine he's going to be significantly more nervous plus you're going against Tom Brady for the first time. There's no correlation between Brock Purdy and Tom Brady on a football field. But who's the other quarterback in your first NFL start? Oh, the greatest quarterback to ever live.
Yeah.
Come Friday afternoon, that man's going to be vomiting. Like, he's going to be nervous. And that's all right. It's just these are factors that weren't in play, I think, on Sunday. And that's why even asking a little, especially in the first week or two of this, is actually asking a lot.
Yeah, I'm gonna learn. I feel like I'm gonna learn a lot about Purdy and his chances on that Thursday game in Seattle. Seattle's gonna be rocking. They're gonna bring out all the speakers for that game. You know what I'm saying, to pump in the noise. They bring out all the speakers.
I don't think they pump in noise.
No, I mean, I'm just saying that
it's loud.
It's loud, but
stop hating on Seattle. Seattle's never done anything to you.
They tried to take my basketball team. What are you talking about?
First of all, I don't think Seattle tried to. I think an individual in Seattle.
Well, they were collectively. They were like, yeah, let's do this. And they had them stupid ass articles like, hey, Sacramento, we've been here before. This is what you do after you lose your team. We feel for you, but this is just the way it's going to go. Shut the hell up.
And they failed. And those were Supersonics fans, not Seahawks fans. It could be completely different.
Running the same. Look, I'm ready for the Sonics to go back to Seattle, especially now since the Kings are good, so we could beat the hell out of them. I'm ready for that. But that's neither here nor there. They're going to pump in a lot of crowd noise like they do, in Seattle. And if Purdy can come through there and not be rattled, one of the things about it, I mean, that's going to be different because it's going to be a road game. But I agree with you with the nervousness. But my experience is, you're nervous as hell. And then about 5 minutes into the game, it becomes a game. You know what I mean? And you get to play. You get all that out of your system, and then you get to play and you perform and you react to whatever's going on, if the defense is pressuring you or not or whatever. It just becomes, that's when your natural instincts kind of kick in. So I agree with you. He's leading up to it, he's going to be a nervous wreck. But my hope is after the first possession or two, he'll be good to go.
This might be surprising, but I've never been an NFL quarterback.
No.
But I'd imagine
get you a what's the little thing? Oculus. They got a new game. Be an NFL quarterback.
I'm not going to do that. But we've been through this. I've tried and I failed. I'm going to borrow somebody's for the Biggie concert though. I imagine there's two things that you have to do to shake those nerves, shake those jitters. Complete your first pass and take that first hit, or escape the first hit. One or the other. Like you've got to get that feel for the game. And I think once he's able to do that, sure, maybe he'll be fine. I mean, the first time he throws it 1 yard to Christian McCaffrey and Christian McCaffrey takes off for 77, that eased my nerves. You're like, yo, this stuff is easy. No wonder Tom's been doing this 20 years. I could do this.
It didn't ease Tua's nerves.
This man just in here just working.
What did I catch you straight for? I'm out here just trying to produce a show. Like, all right, bro. I see how it is. I'm not producing J Street Vibes anymore. How about that?
Wow, you just lost your podcast.
I gotta bring Jesse a mic too, by the way. Poor Jesse his mic ain't working.
Bro, I've been trying to talk through headphones like that whole time.
I think I have a mic, but I don't think it's
I got like 4.
But it's a mic that goes into our board, not that goes into a computer.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I was going to get Mitch.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Come on, Mitch. Holla at me, man.
916-909-1320. Hello, Mitchell.
Trey Turner's gone, baby.
Yeah, I know. How you doing, KC?
I'm good, man.
Damon, how are you?
I'm good, Mitch. Thanks, man.
That's good. Good to hear. No dogs have bit me today, so knock on wood. It's been 2 weeks.
I'm happy when you don't get bit by dogs.
Thank God.
I am happy when I see dogs and I please them. It's too late. But anyway, I mean, Josh Johnson, I want to see Purdy not be nervous. I hope not, and let him be. I think he could be better than Trent Dilfer. And I wish they could go bring in OBJ. Now they're going to have a rookie quarterback, and Mr. Jimmy G can take the rest of the year off. You should have brought in Baker instead of Josh Johnson. And one more thing. What do you think about Nick Bosa taking some MVP votes or getting the MVP?
That's a little aggressive, but DPOY for sure.
Yeah, that's not how the MVP works. We all know it, and we can stop pretending like it doesn't. But defensive player of the year.
Who's
absolutely.
DPOY to you, him or Parsons? That is tough.
Yeah, I mean,
that's tough. I can't decide. Obviously, I'm a little closer to the situation, so I've seen everything that Nick Bosa's done this year, so I may be a little biased towards that. But Parsons is a bad man.
At the same time, I predicted Nick Bosa would win Defensive Player of the Year. So obviously, I'm going to say clearly it's Nick Bosa. But yeah, Micah Parsons is bad. Those two teams are going to meet in the playoffs again.
I think it's going to be NFC Championship.
Those two teams are going to meet in the
at
playoffs
Levi's
again. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. A couple of things we haven't had the opportunity to touch on yesterday. We'll get back to the Kings for sure. We got Chris Biderman set to join us in about 15 minutes, and I think we got Camara here. So let's bring Camara in. Jesse, go ahead and let Camara rock here for a minute because we haven't dove into the conversation about Deion Sanders yet. The reaction to Deion Sanders leaving Jackson State for Colorado was pretty interesting to watch in our world. And Camara, I know you did a podcast on this recently. Let's start with this. Why was the reaction what it was for Deion Sanders leaving an HBCU?
There's a reaction. You talking about, like, be more specific, the reaction in media or the reaction of the fans or HBCU alumni? Because there's like three different reactions that we
there really was.
Right?
There was a few things going on.
So lay them out for me because I seem to be overly familiar with only one reaction, but lay out what you saw when it was announced that Deion was leaving.
Right. So the fanfare with Deion leaving on the media was actually kind of disconcerting because you would have thought a former NFL player, residing in Mississippi, who actually stole millions of dollars from Mississippi, would generate the same type of talking points and energy and, media concentration than a football coach leaving to another university.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was the thing that really kind of was like, whoa. All this heat on Deion is weird to me, right? And I didn't understand it because it's like, Damien, we're of the same generation. I think, Casey, you and I are the same generation as well. We've all watched Deion. We've all known Deion since 1994 since 1989. But, this is the same guy in 1994 did a song called Must Be the Money.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what I mean? This is the guy who popularized wearing bust downs during NFL games and during playoff baseball matches.
Mm-hmm.
So I just was kind of weirded out by the reaction to Deion being Deion. So that's on the media level. Then you had fans who were creating the conversation of Deion leaving, and did he keep his word, and was he being disingenuous? And it kind of filtered into the HBCU alumni, it was like kind of a split conversation among Black alumni of different HBCUs. Of course, Jackson State being an HBCU in Jackson, Mississippi. And I'm an HBCU alumni, right? And so I saw both sides of the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And you saw how there were some who were like, hey, you know what? We appreciate what Deion did. And we appreciate spotlighting, a program and pouring energy and resources into the program that needed it desperately. And then there were others who took it as an offense, like, man, you just upped and left. And so I think that's kind of where I want to focus in on the idea of, did he really do a disservice to, Jackson State, and did he really operate outside the framework of what's expected of Deion and of a football coach? Can I lay that out front for y'all?
Yeah, for sure. And I want to ask you to that. Some of the, well, first of all, I see both sides. Like, I see the side of, this was a job for Deion in his coaching career, and he was at one level and moved up to another level. It's no different than if somebody was at Bowling Green and got a job offer to go to Ohio State. Like, they're going, right? So I get that aspect of it. I do get the aspect of people, I don't know if they're mad or like condemning Deion so much as they're a little hurt by it, because he came in preaching like HBCU big time. We're here to turn this around, and we're going to bring these athletes in here and make HBCU. He essentially has said a lot of time, at least the way people felt, was, I'm going to make Jackson State on par with these other D1 or FBS schools by bringing in the best players. And the second the money came through, he's like, okay, I'm not doing that no more. I'm out of here. And that, I understand how people are like, damn, Deion, like, I wish you would have just stayed. But like, do you see those two point of views, and do they both kind of have merit?
I see both point of views. I don't think one holds merit though, because, again, for me, I'm looking at it like, who on any, like, let's say the opening press conference, someone walks in, or even the opening, you get hired by a job. Nobody's going to come into the job interview or to the job the first day on the job, be like, hey, y'all, what's up? Hey, guess what? I'm not here for a long time, just for a good time. You know what I mean? Like, I'm really here to make sure I'm getting my stuff off, and then I'm going to move on. Nobody does that. And what I expected of Deion is what he's exactly doing, good, bad, or indifferent. And so to project onto him an unfair standard that nobody does, like, he's going to do, he says all these things about the idea of, I'm going to build up Jackson State, which he did. I'm going to pour in resources, and I'm going to get attention on the Jackson State, which he did. I'm going to make sure that Jackson State is elevated, which he did, and so he did the things he said he was going to do. Now, was he expected to do that in the same fare as an Eddie Robinson at Grambling? No, because he's not built from the same cloth as Eddie Robinson. He never was projected to be Eddie Robinson. He was projected to be Deion. And so anybody who expects him to be beyond Deion, they set themselves up for a disappointment. And I just want to, I'm sorry, can you just make this one final point here before you jump on that? It really speaks to a larger public consciousness of attaching our emotion and divorcing our reality or our analysis onto a persona. We get attached to the persona, and we project our ideals on that persona rather than focus on who that person is. And that's just not for Deion specifically. That's whether it's in pop culture, whether it's in music, whether it's in politics. We do this all the time. It's the same reason why a former casino owner became the president of the United States, because people project their ideals onto him and onto that person, rather than looking at that person from the analytical lens of, this is who this person is, and he's never been more than what he's always said he's going to be.
That's fair, and I get that. And I'll ask both of you guys this though. Like, people are like, well, why are we getting mad at Deion? Why are we getting mad at Deion? Why are people disappointed in him? He's doing what he's supposed to do. If we're being fair about the whole thing, Camara, we rake Brian Kelly over the coals and talk about how he don't care about these kids. He about $1. We did the same thing for Jimbo when he left Florida State and went to Texas A&M. Now I'll ask the same question. Why are people mad that they're doing the same thing to Deion?
Because it wasn't the same thing. Brian Kelly literally left under the darkness of night. Jimbo Fisher literally lit a Christmas tree and then left. And not only that at Florida State, because I'm here in Florida, he literally left the cupboard bare. Like he stopped recruiting.
Wait a minute. You think Deion been recruiting for Jackson State?
Hold up. Let me just say this. He literally, it was Florida State, was in such a disrepair after Jimbo left that, the recruits who were supposed to the quarterback who's playing for Philadelphia Eagles right now. What's his name? Jalen Hurts. He was a commit to Florida State. He was a commit, and the only reason he went to Ohio State is because he said Florida State stopped recruiting him. He said, I was committed to Florida State.
Bro,
and they literally just stopped calling me.
Bro, Deion taking all of these players to Colorado. He already told them. He told the people of Colorado, I'm bringing all these boys with me. What cupboard is stored at Jackson State right now?
Oh, I would tell you, actually, in my perspective, Jackson State is still a very admirable job if you're a head coach. If I were Jackson State, and I said this on the pod, we broke this down, I'd be using this as a platform to get any of the coaches. Say, hey, listen, you see, number one, we still have one of the best facilities in the SWAC, right? We still have, that's a great recruiting tool. You see that, we can still get appeal if the product is good enough on the field. Yeah, you're not going to get the same level of recruits, but you can still have a competitive product on that field. And if you operate it and you promote it the right way, you can get a good coach. And you can literally tell the coach, listen, at the end of the day, Deion was the headliner, he was the guy, but it doesn't stop from the integrity of this program that was built up in the last 3 years. And if you come in and do what you're supposed to do, you can still make some headway and make some noise at this program.
So here's two things of note here. You ask why, all this hate on Deion for doing what Brian, or why are people mad at people who are mad at Deion for doing what Jimbo did and what Brian Kelly did and what all these other guys did. And I think you know the answer to this, and I know Camara knows the answer to this, is because when you are at an age, when you have a different responsibility when you're in that position as a black head coach. Mm-hmm. And
right.
Jimbo's job isn't to uplift Division I football.
Right.
Deion, the second he took that Jackson State University job, was to lift up not Jackson State, all HBCUs. Yeah. Suddenly, right. Deion had to be the guy who lifted HBCU athletics. Suddenly, is Deion going to be the guy who changes HBCUs for basketball? Is he going to be the guy who changes HBCUs for this? All fell on Deion Sanders. That's not what Deion asked for.
That's what Deion said he was going to do. That's another part of this. He said he was going to do that. No, he did. He said we're bringing this back to the HBCUs. Yes, absolutely. But that's another reason why all this is happening on him. He said he was going to do that. And you can make the argument he did.
Let's point out one other thing, because we're running short on time. And come on, I'm gonna let you rock here for a minute. Deion, we forget this in the state of the current NFL. Obviously, he's been a television personality. He's I'm sure has had a 7+ figure television job for years. He made $33 million in his playing career. Mm. If the offer from Colorado is accurate and it's a $30 million contract, do that math in your head. Ooh. And that's just the money on the books. Ooh. That's not what you're actually getting.
He ain't never spending a dime in Boulder.
That's the money on the books. Like we get wrapped up and we think Deion is this big, generational wealth guy. He almost certainly isn't. He ain't starving, but remember when he played and remember the sport that he played. Go ahead, Camara, wrap us up here.
Yeah, at the end of the day, if anybody would have asked us to say, listen, I'm going to give you a 300% raise to go ahead and, go into a better program, a better facility or whatever, and you're going to be making X amount of dollars to a person, they would jump at that opportunity. And you mentioned his playing days. This guy was considered a mercenary. Casey, you're a big 49ers fan. What did they call him when he signed to the San Francisco 49ers? They said this is a mercenary hire for the 49ers to get a ship. That's what it was. They wanted a championship. And Deion played a mercenary, and then he hopped behind to the Cowboys. Deion has never been more than what Deion has projected to be. And to Damien's point, he's always been, to put all that on him, to say he's going to uplift HBCU culture, he's not the guy for that, and he's never should have been the guy. And even if he said he was a guy, we should have used a better analysis of saying that, you know what, thank you for your beautiful flowery words of what you're going to do, but we know you're not that guy, but we're going to continue to rock with you anyway.
Real quick, I think we owe Eddie Robinson Jr. an apology because people were talking about how he was doing too much, and he was spot on with that interaction with Deion.
Well,
and Deion came back and said, "I am swag.
That's a whole other story." Camara, you've literally got 10 seconds. Say something nice about De'Aaron Fox.
De'Aaron is going to be make the All-Star, and you know what? We're going to go 6-0 on this road trip.
Oh my God! Okay, all right. Look, Camara is back. Camara, we appreciate you, man. Thanks for that insight. We'll come back.
You, brother.
Chris Biderman joins us next here on Sacramento's sports leader, ESPN 1320.
Damn, no 13 round for me today. You can do what you got to do, but
I feel like that's a whole other hour of show.
Yeah, man. I know Bomani did something on it. I didn't get a chance to listen to it, but
is the whole I guess aura, you can use that word, of the Yankees over if Judge comes to the Giants?
it may be already,
Yeah, because my thing because they're not, they don't spend money or nothing.
To a certain degree. I mean, it's gonna always be there for the media, the people that cover, because they grew up with the aura of the Yankees. But somebody like your age, younger, I mean, ain't nobody really tripping off that.
Yeah, these aren't the same old Yankees anymore.
You kids don't care about any legacy.
Whoa.
But look, my whole thing with Deion too is I understand the career decision he made. Like it's cool. He got a hell of a bag to go up to a higher level of play. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think he's perfectly within his rights to do that. But I feel like you got to be ready to accept the other side of it too. People saying like, yo, you I don't want to say sold out, but you said you were going to do one thing and now you're going back on that. And if Deion, which he seems strong enough and confident enough to live in that, take it and keep on moving about your career. But yeah, he said he was going to do one thing and he didn't. Now, if you can make the argument that Deion, like Camara was saying, like why are we tripping off this because we know who Deion is? That doesn't make it any less messed up though for some people. Just because we know who he is, like that's still messed up. At least in some people's eyes. So yeah, I'm not really tripping off of Deion. Deion is he can do whatever he wants to do, man. He's earned that right with the way he's moved up the coaching tree. Let me get Biderman in here. Chris,
what's up, man? How you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. That hoodie looking fresh.
Thanks, man.
Fresh. I like that, man. You wear it well.
Appreciate that. How's dad life?
Oh man, it's all good. I mean, I've been here before, but it is 10 years is a long time. A lot has changed in 10 years when it comes to newborn. Sometimes it feels like I've never done it before.
Right.
But it's
you getting sleep?
It's like disjointed. Like you sleep, you wake up. The funny thing about it is like I got the night shift because I'm usually like a night owl. I'll stay up. And now at this point in my life, my limit is really like 1:30. Like I'll stay up until 1:30 and then it's like, all right, it's time for me to go to bed.
Yeah.
But she goes to about 2:30. So that last hour is like, bruh, like go to sleep. I'm tired. I don't want to do this.
I hear that.
What's up, Chris?
What's up, Damien? How's it going?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm fantastic.
Excellent.
Got my phone set up as a camera now. It looks way better.
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah. Technology's crazy.
Yeah, I just redid my home studio a little bit. I needed to create more room, so my bottle backdrop doesn't look as clean as it used to.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm restructuring the whole thing.
Yeah. Figure we're not there enough. It doesn't matter anymore. But it is like it's not. It used to be perfect, but it just wasn't functional. Now
Right.
it's functional, but it doesn't look as pretty. I don't know.
Kyle still has all the bottles from the wedding. I'm still waiting to get one.
Does he really? Oh, hang on. Yeah. Man, just learned Kyle Madsen stole all the bottles I gave to the wedding party on his wedding. Chris Biderman never got his bottle of Luke Belaire as we welcome in the beat writer for the Sacramento Kings over at the Sacramento Bee. Of course, he's the host of the Candlestick Chronicles as well. Our man, Chris Biderman. I want to mention one thing before we dive into Kings and 49ers with our man, Chris here. The Deion Sanders conversation was probably a little too much to try to squeeze in there in a couple minutes with Camara. Mm-hmm. That's probably a conversation that could have gone on for hours as it's gone on for days.
There's so many different layers to it.
There are, and it was irresponsible of me to kind of plug that into the time slot that we had it. But we'll, we were discussing important things like old Saved by the Bell episodes and stuff like that.
And I meant to say, somebody mentioned Eddie Winslow getting jumped by the Dragons. That was classic. I saw Eddie Winslow at Lions downtown like 10 years ago.
That's believable. Yeah. That's absolutely
I was
believable.
in Lions after the club. I was like, is that Eddie Winslow?
Yeah, that's
he was right in the booth right across.
As long as he wasn't singing, man, it's fine.
Baby.
Please stop. Please stop. Our man, Chris Biderman. Chris, let's start with the 49ers because they're comparable today. No claim put out on Baker Mayfield. It's looks like it's Brock Purdy or bust here moving forward. What are your expectations for Brock Purdy heading into this stretch of games?
I still think that the 49ers are going to be a tough out sort of regardless, right? And the thing that stands out to Brock Purdy is in many ways he's the anti-Trey Lance in terms of, he started 48 games in college, right? Trey Lance started 19. The big question about Trey Lance is, fundamentals. Like, can he fundamentally get his feet underneath him? Can he be an accurate passer? And that generally comes with time. Well, you don't have any of those questions with Brock Purdy, right? Like, he moves efficiently inside the pocket. Like, I think quarterback nerds appreciate the footwork and tying his feet to the way he's reading the field and getting the ball out quickly. Like, all that stuff is there. The reason why Brock Purdy was such a late round pick is because he's not particularly athletic and he doesn't have a particularly strong arm, right? But in terms of playing the position, I think Brock Purdy can do it at a level to the point where the 49ers, with the top defense in the league, with their really good group of skill players who excel at getting yards after the catch, Brock Purdy can do enough to help the 49ers win games. I certainly don't think, the ceiling is as high as it would have been with Jimmy Garoppolo, but one thing I've said a few different times, like, you look around the league and teams are winning without elite quarterback play in a way that feels a little bit unique to this season, right? Like, aside from the Chiefs and the Bills, it doesn't feel like every team, the Minnesota Vikings are winning games with Kirk Cousins, right? Playing at a fine level, right? He's okay. Daniel Jones is helping the Giants win a bunch of games. He's not playing great, right? The New York Jets are in the playoffs despite their quarterback situation being a mess, right? Like, there are situations around the league that say, you can win games and be a tough football team to beat if your quarterback is not one of the top 5 guys. And I think that's kind of unique to this season, and because we're always used to like looking at every team and saying, all right, who's got the best quarterback? Because that's the team that we generally like the most. I think this year, particularly in the NFC, it's a little bit different, and we're seeing more team football succeed throughout the NFL, and good coaching and deep rosters and strong defensive play and even the return of the running game a little bit. So in that sense, I think the 49ers are still pretty well set up.
Break the glass.
Whoa.
Break the glass.
Chris, I am sorry. Aaron Judge to the San
Let's go.
Francisco 40.
Oh, wow.
Let's go. Well, to the Giants.
San
Let's go.
Francisco Giants.
Let's go.
My
Let's go, baby.
goodness.
We've been talking about this for months. Let's go, baby. Come on.
Wow.
Come on, baby.
Aaron
Let's
Judge
go. Let's
to
go.
the San Francisco Giants.
Wow.
Wow.
I thought you were just really impressed with my Brock Purdy take.
No, that was solid. I don't know which one I'm more excited about. Chris, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Welcome home.
But Aaron Judge has signed with the San Francisco Giants.
Welcome home.
My goodness.
Welcome
man.
home.
Wow.
It feels right, doesn't it?
Let's go. We back.
They did it.
We back. Hey. Where's Stringer at? Where's Stringer at?
Okay. All right.
Where's Stringer at?
Okay. All right.
I want you to put the word out there
Yep.
that we back up. Understand me?
You understand me?
We back up.
Back
All
up.
right.
We back up.
We will
Let's go. Make sure he gets a float at the Niners Super Bowl parade. Let's go.
Okay. Oh boy. We will we'll keep you updated as the details of Aaron Judge's contract with the San Francisco Giants comes in. We'll pass them along to you, but man, that's something. Aaron Judge to the San Francisco Giants. Chris, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Brock Purdy.
You're good. Yeah, no, third string quarterback.
You were
third string
discussing
quarterback.
Brock Purdy in this moment, and I interrupted you.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, if the Giants needed anything, it was a guy that you could center the lineup around. And in that ballpark where it's typically hard to hit homers, like you need a guy who just has more power than the average power hitter, right? So that cool Bay Area air, like we saw Barry Bonds do it, you need to have elite power to hit home runs there, and they just got a guy with elite power. And he happens to be from California. So it's
Let's go. Aaron Judge to the Giants. Thought it was a pipe dream 16 months ago. Now he's here. Let's go, man.
Well, they make enough money, man. Like, how many Panda hats have they sold?
Not
Like,
many as of late. Yeah,
as of late, but just in
it's
general,
about
like they've been a cash cow for a long time, just sitting at that ballpark. So it's happy for Giants fans. As an A's fan, you know,
you guys should just come.
I'll continue to regret my decision I made when I was a kid. But man, good for the Giants. Happy for Giants fans.
Hey, back to the Niners.
Okay.
So Brock Purdy in the preseason, there wasn't a lot, but there was some buzz about him. Like people were like, "Oh, I kind of like what I see in camp. I like the way he plays." I didn't see it, Chris. I didn't think he was bad, but I wasn't like, "Oh yeah, I got to see more of this guy." He just looked like a regular run-of-the-mill quarterback to me, run-of-the-mill 6th, 7th round quarterback. On Sunday, he impressed me. It wasn't like he was great. He wasn't phenomenal, but he showed a level of poise. He showed a level of leadership. He made some legit throws, and I thought his shining moment of that game was that drive before the half. He made some really good throws and really good decisions there. Did your perception change at all from preseason Brock Purdy to what you saw on Sunday?
Yeah, I watched a lot of 49ers training camp this year, and Brock Purdy definitely had some moments where it was like, oh, that was a nice throw, or this is a nice little series of reps for him. But it never really felt like this guy's actually pushing Nate Sudfeld for the backup job, right? And I remember sort of being surprised during, I think it was a Vikings preseason game, to hear Greg Papa and Tim Ryan on the broadcast talk about like, oh, it's an actual competition for the backup spot. And I was kind of like, stop. Like, you know, they guaranteed Nate Sudfeld money. Like that just doesn't really track. And then as time goes on, you start to like look at Brock Purdy like, okay, he's kind of like Nick Mullins, but he's played a lot of football. Look, he was he turned down a chance to go to Alabama to play at Iowa State, where he had a more clear path to start, obviously. So seeing it now, it makes sense. And Kyle Shanahan said it on his conference call yesterday that he understood that Brock Purdy sort of had a moxie and fearless level to his play in OTAs, like in June. And in the very few reps that he would get, there was a level of fearlessness and anticipation and the willingness to stand in the face of pressure, albeit at practice, but stand in the face of pressure and make throws, which is really important to succeed in the NFL, because we see a lot of guys, there's maybe a quarterback who plays in Las Vegas who doesn't love contact, and they can be really good, but when they start getting rattled a little bit, and maybe you could say the same about Tua, because he looked a little skittish in that game as the pass rush started to get more and more after him. But that's a really important trait in the NFL, and Brock Purdy has it. Now, does that mean that, he's going to be great? He's going to put up, 250 yards a game and not throw any interceptions? I don't know. We'll see. But he's in, we said it about Trey Lance, we said it about Jimmy Garoppolo. He's in about as good of a situation as a quarterback can be in. And so that's with Kyle Shanahan calling plays. That's with the skill guys around him. That's what Trent Williams as your left tackle. The interior of the offensive line obviously has question marks. Certainly the right side of the offensive line might as well too. But otherwise, it's a really favorable position to be in for a quarterback. And I think Brock Purdy, in terms of fundamentals, in terms of how experienced he is, in terms of the confidence that he plays with, he can play well enough to make the 49ers a difficult team to beat. Are they going to win a 43-40 shootout? Probably not. But can they win some games, 20-14? Those 17-23 games that we see the 49ers play so often over the years? Like, yeah, I think that's a possibility. He just can't turn the ball over. To me, that's the biggest thing with Brock Purdy. If he's not turning the ball over, the 49ers are going to be in a decent spot. But if he is, then it's like, okay, this season might end a lot earlier than people expected.
Perhaps Aaron Judge is not going to the San Francisco Giants. I really wish I'd stop doing that. Jon Heyman, who reported that Aaron Judge was going to the Giants, has not only deleted the tweet, but said the Giants say they have not heard on Aaron Judge. My apologies for jumping the gun. Oh, yeah. My apologies for jumping the gun is going to go over really, really well. Oh, John.
Now, this is hilarious. This is absolutely hilarious. He's going to the Giants. It's a done deal. Yeah. Susan Slusser, who I think she's with the Chronicle, she tweeted 4 minutes ago. She says, buzz in the lobby is Judge is going to sign with the Giants. I'm assuming she's at the meetings. And she says, apparently decision was made in the last 30 minutes. Jon Heyman, somebody probably told him, yo, chill, just calm down. Judge is going to the Giants.
Yeah, you can't delete that tweet, man. You can't. He tweeted it first with a typo, which I'm sympathetic of, because I've said the San Francisco 49ers twice, which it really pissed me off the first time. So the whole time Chris Biderman was talking, it was in my head that I said San Francisco 49ers. And so I'm sympathetic with that. Tweets it again. It goes crazy. And then he deletes it. I am with you. I'm of the belief that Aaron Judge is, in fact, going to the San Francisco Giants. When it's official, we will bring that to you. Chris, who's just a passenger in this whole mess. Obviously, everyone thinks extremely high of the San Francisco 49ers defense. And that's why they're of the belief that a last pick in the draft rookie can step in and fill the void of Jimmy Garoppolo, who, as KC has said, a number of people said, never was really asked to do very much. But to me, that expectation is pretty high. If you're just asking this young man to come in, hey, don't worry, we'll take care of you, just don't make any mistakes. That's again, for the last pick in the draft, that's pretty tough to me, Chris.
Yeah, it is tough. And, there isn't a long history or really any history of a guy drafted in the 7th round having any sort of sustainable playoff success. So we will have to see. And we've had a small sample size, right? Like, you remember when Jimmy Garoppolo came into that Seahawks game week 2, played really well. And then the next week was an absolute stinker in Denver. I think that was largely attributed to the Broncos have a really good defense, but also in that Jimmy Garoppolo didn't get any training camp reps throughout the preseason. So Brock Purdy's been in the building the whole time. He hasn't been getting any reps because he's been the 3rd string quarterback, or I guess the backup quarterback for a while now. But backups don't get reps at practice. They, maybe 1 or 2, but mostly running against the scout team. Fred Warner talked up the idea that Brock Purdy's been practicing against the number 1 defense in the league, and that's helped build his confidence. We'll see. I mean, Nick Bosa's not hitting him, right? Like, he's not taking some of the hits that Tua took on Sunday. So yeah, it's definitely a big ask. But in terms of, like I said, situationally, like, hand the ball off a bunch, they have a loaded box, throw a screen to Deebo Samuel or Christian McCaffrey. Maybe that alleviates some of the pressure in the loaded boxes that he's going to see. Maybe they, but the 49ers challenging the edges of the defense prevents defenses from loading the middle of the field, which is where we know a lot of those passes like to go. But like, we'll see. I mean, I'm generally optimistic just about the 49ers team as a whole, because I think defensively, special teams wise, in terms of like Mitch Wishnowsky, being able to flip field position and them not allowing return yards. And Robbie Gould's in a nice little groove right now too. He bailed him out of that really ugly looking drive at the end of the fourth quarter on Sunday by hitting that long field goal. But just team wise, I think they can prop up Brock Purdy to be a tough out. And can Brock Purdy win them a game where he has to pass 40 times? I would not trust that. But if Brock Purdy's passing it 25 to 30 times and you're running the ball 35 to 40 times, then I think you can play to your defense, play to your special teams, and just be a really tough team to beat.
Chris, that defense, that 49ers defense, when you look at those tweets from like CBS Sports and see the rankings, first in this, first in that, first in this, first in that. And they had one of the biggest tests of the season on Sunday. And it started off a little rocky, but boy, did they bounce back and make sure that they solidified everything that had been written about them before. Usually in those situations, Chris, I usually say, like, I don't know what it is. The defense usually, when you got a defense versus top flight offense, the defense is the one that comes out ahead. It happened this way on Sunday. Do you think it was 49ers or was it an off day from Tua?
I think it was both. I think Tua was definitely bad. He definitely missed a lot of open receivers, and some of his receivers probably should have made some of those catches too. But no, Tua wasn't good, and I think he was pretty clearly rattled, probably from the fact that he was missing his 3 starting offensive linemen, including his 2 starting tackles against one of the best pass rushes in the league. But no, I generally think the 49ers defense is elite. It deserves all the praise it's been getting. But one area that I would be concerned with, and I wonder if they will make this change at some point, is Tayshaun Gibson going to be the free safety, or is Jimmy Ward going to move back there at any point? Because that first play of the game when Gibson just got burned by Trent Sherfield, and then you saw the end zone view, he wasn't even in the screen. Like, oh, Tayshaun Gibson might not be fast at all. And we sort of saw that show up in the Kansas City Chiefs game. And Jimmy Ward's a team captain who basically lost his spot due to injury and is now playing in the nickel. And sure, I guess you can make a case that the best 4 or 5 guys you have in the secondary, or the best 5 or 6, includes having Gibson at free safety and Jimmy Ward in the slot, whereas there might be a big drop-off if you have Jimmy Ward at free safety and Samuel Womack or Diamador Lenore in the slot. But that free safety position is really, really important. And we've seen Talanoa Hufanga make some bad reads in recent games where he's jumping to a different route and getting beat behind him, where a cornerback is expecting help in the middle of the field, and Hufanga hasn't been there to provide it. That happened in the Tyreek Hill touchdown. That happened against the Chargers. So, the Niners safeties, to me, probably the Achilles heel at this point. With Eric Armstead back, it sort of felt like maybe the interior pass rush wasn't as good as the 49ers would need it to be, but Armstead is back and solidifying that. And then, so I would look at maybe the Achilles heel of this 49ers offense being the safety spot. And I'm very curious to see over these final 5 games if Jimmy Ward does go back there, because I think it's fair to say Jimmy Ward's one of the better free safeties in the league. And it's a little bit wild to me that he lost a spot as a team captain to injury. And I would try to shore that up, because if they're going to make hay in the playoffs, they can't be giving up big plays like that, like they did on Sunday against the Dolphins.
Hey, Chris, no lie. I saw that play and I didn't see, I guess I was just out of the loop. And I didn't see Jimmy Ward there. I was like, dang, he must have got hurt in pregame or pulled something or something like that. And then halfway through the first quarter, I see him make a tackle. I mean, he's not hurt and he wasn't back there at safety. No. I agree with you. They need to end this little experiment or whatever they're doing now. Put my boy Jimmy Ward back at safety.
Yeah, I would agree. And maybe you can get creative with it. maybe you can have Jimmy Ward back there at base and then maybe play in the slot and sub packages or whatever. But I would just be leery of that because Gibson's lack of speed, and he's had a really nice season and he's played really good football for them, particularly since he was just signed a couple weeks before the start of the regular season, and he's been starting for the best defense in football. But in the playoffs, you're not going to have that margin for error. You can't, particularly Brock Purdy as your starting quarterback, you're not going to be able to give up one or two of those big plays, which the 49ers have. And so if there's one thing that they need to button up, I would say it's that spot. And, Jimmy Ward is a really good safety. And maybe you're asking a lot of him too, to change positions a second time this season. Cause I talked to him about it. Like he moved to the slot after not getting any slot reps. He's been only a free safety the last few years. And now he's practicing exclusively in the slot. So maybe it would be a little bit of a transition for him to get back to free safety and all those reps in practice. But I think the best version of the 49ers defense includes Jimmy Ward at free safety. And that's just my opinion. I'm not going to sit here and tell you guys I'm smarter than D'Amico Ryans, but I do think their safety play is something to keep an eye on.
You good if we go to the Kings here for a minute?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. Okay. I do want to mention Jon Heyman and Aaron Judge have just destroyed Twitter. Just absolutely destroyed it, because
this is like the best moment in baseball in the last 25 years.
This is like NBA Twitter Major League Baseball edition. Andy Martino tweeted, as of 5:22 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, the Yankees have not been told that they are out on Aaron Judge. It's 2:39. It is not 5:22 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Jon Heyman and Aaron Judge got everybody all flustered here on this little bird app.
Maybe he means Eastern Time.
I'm guessing that's exactly what he means.
Yeah.
But he wrote Pacific Standard Time, and this is as good as Carson Judge and Aaron Judge signing with the 49ers. The Chris Biderman effect with the Sacramento Kings, though.
Oh, it's real.
That's the real deal. Like, you got all of these beat writers with these losing records, but in comes Chris Biderman, and we've got winning streaks all over the place. The bounce back started with Indiana. They've won a couple of since then, headed out on this 6-game road trip. What do you think about the Sacramento Kings over the last 3 games?
We've seen them get really comfortable at home, right? And then we saw them, they had that tough back-to-back, Memphis and Atlanta, and they lost the 3rd game of that trip I'm blanking on right now. But Boston. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they lost in Boston. So going out on the road is going to be a really good test for this team, because so much of what they do offensively is about rhythm and timing and shooting well and all that stuff. And that's generally the stuff that's harder to replicate on the road. So that's sort of the stuff I'm really interested to see. Can they survive a 6-game road trip? We saw the Bulls, when the Bulls played the Kings here, they were playing at the end of a 6-game road trip, and that can be really taxing on a team. All the travel, all the cities, all the hotels, all of that stuff. So one thing that we can say about the Kings to this point, they've played a lot of home games and they've played pretty well at home, but are they going to, continue playing at that level consistently on the road? I know they have a couple back-to-backs coming up. I'm going to be with them in Toronto and Detroit.
Nice.
And that'll be interesting, just to see. I mean, how they stack up against Milwaukee on the road tomorrow night is going to be a really interesting test. And how do they manage Giannis defensively? Because I do think the biggest issue they have defensively, while they've been better, is just rim protection. And you have to play Domas all the time. Like he's the hub of their offense, essentially. And the downside of having him on the floor is you don't get that rim protection. So how do you make up for it in different ways? Mike Brown talks about needing to have the guys on the perimeter play on a string, and they're, the help to always be there. And it just, not having that rim protection makes it a little bit harder on all your perimeter defenders. So, how's Keegan going to handle guarding Giannis when he's matched up with them? Harrison Barnes is a fine defender, but obviously Giannis is a completely different type of animal and athlete. And so that's going to be a real challenge for the Kings. And can they manage to stay locked in on their shooters in Milwaukee? So that's to me is going to be fascinating about this game. Can they contain Giannis enough to where they can stay in it, because offensively, like if they play well offensively, they can hang with anybody. But if they're not getting stops on that end, and Giannis is obviously really hard to stop, then they're going to have a hard time winning some of these games against the elite teams on the road in the East.
Chris,
it's a simple yes or no. I have a theory in lieu of the new news of Jimmy's non-Liz Frank that he's coming back for Wild Card Weekend. Do you think yes or no it happens?
I just expect the most extreme scenario possible with the 49ers at all times. So like you could tell me Brock Purdy wins them the Super Bowl and Brock Purdy ends up being the franchise guy going forward. You can tell me Jimmy comes back after 2 months off and wins them an NFC Championship game in the Super Bowl. I'd believe that. Like, it's everything with the 49ers is just operating at like crazy extremes. So the wildest thing possible is what I expect to happen. And Jimmy coming back would not surprise me at all, particularly given how doom and gloom everything felt on Sunday.
You heard it here first.
There you go.
Brock Purdy, San Francisco 49ers franchise quarterback. He's our franchise. That's Chris Biderman. Chris, we appreciate you as always. We're back with more. We'll try to make sense of what the hell is going on right now.
It's crazy.
Steelo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. All right. Great stuff, Chris. That was awesome, man.
Tweet. Yeah. Appreciate it. TweetDeck's just moving way too fast right now. I'm trying to keep up.
Yeah.
It's just
There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
The Logan Webb tweet is fantastic.
What'd he say?
he tweeted back to him, not cool, man. Not cool, man.
Logan's a good dude. I like Logan a lot.
Yeah, he's awesome.
All right, guys. Well, good luck with this Aaron Judge thing. I'll be keeping an eye on it.
No doubt. Appreciate you, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Hey, are you guys going to go to the Grant football game on Saturday?
I didn't plan on it. I think KC is going to Sac State. They have a doubleheader on basketball. They have a doubleheader on Saturday. Is that where you're going? Will you be at Grant?
Yeah, I'll be there. I mean, I don't know if you've been to a Grant game before. Like, it's a scene. Like, it's my favorite atmosphere in town for high school football. And just a state championship game at Grant, because they've typically been like D2 or D1. They haven't got all those games have been neutral site games. The fact that they're hosting a state title game, I feel like it could be a crazy scene.
Yeah.
And like for people in SAC, I bet it would be fun.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I'm with you. And it's a big comeback for them. So that's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But all right, man. Well, I'll see you around the bend.
Okay. Thanks, Chris.
All right, man. Yeah, no problem.
Chris Biderman right there. Yo, man, this shit is crazy. Clearly, I need to be using TweetDeck and not Twitter app, man. This app is ass.
What is TweetDeck?
It's like it's essentially an app that it gives you a slightly better look of Twitter, like your mentions. It's Twitter set up differently. Pretty much all media people use TweetDeck in some way, shape, or form and like it a lot more. Clearly, it's not something that you just throw on here, though, because it says I need to set all this up, man. Forget it. Just put Twitter back up, and I'll deal with this later. My damn computer's going to die. That's the thing here. I don't pack my computer charger when I come into the studio. That's facts, bro. That's facts. Yeah, it needs to be. I need to go fill up, man. Sorry, I kind of. Oh, you got into them trays out there. I gotta go fill up. Sorry, guys. I'll be right back. Yeah, we went late.
I don't know, man. But I'm pretty sure he's going to the Giants. Somebody knows. They just jumped the gun.
They still got a bunch of cookies and stuff and brownies in the kitchen?
Yeah, they got like 3 trays.
All right, so I'm going to put some in my pocket so I can take it home.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these brownies go crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you imagine if Judge goes somewhere else? Like Jon Heyman's just never gonna be able to live that down.
Andy's hooking up Kenny with the end zone. He just responded. He's going to skip the end zone. For Sac State.
Friday, Sac State.
It's happening. It's happening.
Probably not. Okay.
He just wasn't supposed to say nothing.
And just to be clear on that, January 20th.
Yeah. Nah, bro. He's gone. I got something to read when we come back. He's gone. Mm-hmm. No, I didn't see that one. Oh, yeah. They did that last year, right? No. Well, I definitely knew it was gone when I saw that.
The hell is going on?
Arson Judge is hilarious.
It's tough. It's tough. It's a tough. The typo, as I just laid out, as I told you, Aaron Judge signed with the San Francisco 49ers. Like those are tough. You want to proofread those, obviously. You want to get those out there.
Damn, I've been there, and like I said, once it gets popping, see, if I was Jon Heyman, I don't know if I would have
let it rock. Let it rock. Yeah.
Once it starts popping, I'm like, dang.
The cold part is everything that followed. He decided, okay, I'm going to correct it and put Aaron Judge to the Giants, and then a couple of minutes later, it was like, remember when Woj tweeted about Ime Udoka and then just dipped? Like I feel like that's what Jon Heyman just did. He just tweeted about Aaron Judge and dipped.
When Woj did that, I legit because I got home after work and I sat in my car for an hour refreshing.
Oh,
I didn't go inside.
I remember we text. You were in bad shape.
I was pissed off. I was mad.
Woj is just like, yeah, Ime Udoka's been suspended for the year. Good night.
It was gone for hours. The whole rest of the night.
It wasn't. Shams got it like an hour later. Like, yeah, it's bad news.
And here we are months later. The couple is separated. It came full circle. Me and
People Magazine got the scoop and not Woj.
But with Aaron, now can I come to the defense of Jon Heyman just a little bit?
Yeah, I don't think there's there's nothing to come to the defense too, in my opinion. He probably but he probably has the story, and maybe the Giants said, hey, not yet.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe the Giants told him and were like, hey, we didn't get this cleared from Judge. There's probably 50 different reasons.
It happens.
I think what it boils down to, it happens. It happens. Trust us. It happens. In all likelihood, Aaron Judge is going to the San Francisco Giants.
Yeah, I think so too. But I would say, like, but this is where I would come to the defense of Heyman. He didn't say anything was done. He didn't leak out any money, years, nothing. He said it appears he's going to the Giants. It could appear all at once. He didn't say it was official. He's just saying it appears. But they jumped him so damn bad. He was like, I didn't. It appears I jumped the gun. My apologies.
They're doing too much.
Oh.
Now they said December 6, 1992, Bunny Bonds appears headed to the Giants.
Bunny Bonds.
This is too much. This is too much.
But look, now I know this is what I was talking about, Jesse, when I said I know it's done now. It's a done deal. Michael K. at the Michael K. Show. Quote unquote, The Yankees are still in play. A text Michael K just received regarding Judge. Still in play. You guys are done. when that's the case, when we're still in play, we haven't heard we're not in play. Yeah, it's over. It's over.
Oh, pretty soon Aaron Judge is going to be in a hotel room with the door with the chair propped up
in
against
his
the door.
Soho apartment.
Shout out to Baseball Reference, who changed Aaron Judge's name on their page to Arson Judge.
Did they really?
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Oh, this is a great day to be on Twitter. It's one of those days. The hell is that?
I heard that too.
Dude, what the hell is going on in here?
Show's over.
We're on the air, right? Like, I heard.
I don't know what that
I heard
was.
something. There's some noise is happening to my left, and then all of a sudden we hear that.
I don't know. Like, I don't know what that
This is
was.
why y'all wonder why I stay at home on Mondays, because I don't want to deal with this.
Bro, we could just jump off the air any second. I don't know.
As long as something doesn't detonate. I don't like what's going on in here. This feels like the start of an episode of 24.
Damon Barley.
Jack Bauer going to be here any minute.
Or it was like Escape from LA. You ever seen that? I never seen Escape from New York. I thought Escape from LA was like the first of its own. I didn't know it was a sequel.
I don't think so. Isn't that an 80s movie?
New York was, LA was 90s.
Help me out. I was listening to James Brown on the way in. Mm-hmm. Living in America. That's from Rocky, right?
Yeah.
Rocky 4?
No, which bad.
I was like, no, this is from a movie. And then I'm driving. I was like, wait, is this from Rocky? Okay.
Yeah, man. That's what Apollo was
Apollo.
talking. All that,
Right.
man. Hey, James. And I shouldn't even say he got his ass whooped. He got murdered.
He got dead. That's what he got. He got dead. Spoiler alert. I don't know if Kim's listening. I don't want to ruin Rocky 4 for you.
Sorry.
I don't want to ruin Rocky 4 for you, Kim, if you're listening, but yeah, it doesn't end well for Carl Weathers.
Bro, man, come on, man. They let Apollo just get. Come on, man.
You couldn't have told that story any better than Apollo getting murdered,
bro. And the fight itself, they let Apollo get destroyed. He took about, Jesse, what would you say, 37 blunt punches to the head. Just out on his feet. For a long time, that was my favorite Rocky. I think it's still up there.
4?
Yeah.
Oh,
that was like but that was like the first one I got introduced to, right? But
I love 3.
3,
Thunder Lips,
3.
yeah.
3,
Thunder Lips.
3 is cold. 3 is cold, but I think not what's the best, but personal favorite, it probably goes 1, 4, 3.
You know what that means? 1, 4, 3?
Ain't that I love you?
That's what it means.
Yeah.
Music wrote a song about it. Here's a fun note. You know who didn't love Rocky 3 and didn't want Hulk Hogan to be a part of it?
Vince
Senior.
Oh.
Vince Jr., he's not Junior, but Vince McMahon that we know, Vincent Kennedy McMahon, he was all about it. Vincent James McMahon, he was like, no, you're not going to do that. He's like, no, I am. He's like, if you go to do this, you're not working here anymore. He said, okay. So he went and did Rocky 3, then went to the AWA, where few people know Hulkamania was born. Vince saw it. Vince Kennedy McMahon saw it and brought him back to WWE, then WWF. I think he was back with the company for a month before they had Bob Backlund lose to Iron Sheik, and then Hulk Hogan going to Madison Square Garden and beat Iron Sheik.
In hindsight, Vince McMahon Sr. was wrong about everything, damn near.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
He was going to go out of business soon. I'm glad his son took over.
Yeah. He did a good job.
And then his son just kind of went crazy.
Melanie just tweeted us, Apollo dies? Damn it, D-Lo and Casey. I was just getting ready to watch Rocky 4. Melanie and Kim, they're just a little behind on there.
Oh, man. Kim said no spoilers.
I'm just
Wire been out for 20 years.
There's literally a 20-year anniversary podcast on it. She's like, I gotta go, guys. Like, I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to hear these spoilers.
I've been there though. I've been there. I'm there with The Office right now. I don't want to know what happens. Don't tell me.
I'm scouring Twitter. I just need to know what's going on.
Michael, like I said, Michael K. Show said they're not out of it yet. They're out of it.
I can guarantee you that's over. Shout out to Mr. Halliburton if you listen.
Shout out Mr. Halliburton. And once again, Susan Slusher of the Chronicle. I mean, she hadn't deleted no tweets.
I don't think John should have deleted the tweet.
He shouldn't have, because he didn't even like confirm.
At least if quote tweet your own tweet with your new tweet about jumping the gun. You can't say sorry for the jumping the gun and then dip. Like, you can't do that. Like, John, what made you tweet this? What is going on right now?
But the crazy thing was he deleted the correction.
That's what right. He deleted everything.
Yeah.
He the only tweet that he has up is the my bad tweet.
So like I said, Susan Slusser hasn't deleted anything.
So let's see. I'm trying to just let's see his Cardinals tweet got 296 retweets. The Aaron Judge offer, the $360 million offer story that broke this morning, that has 2,000 plus. His Andrew Henne market tweet has 179 retweets. Yeah. The Giants one, the current Giants one, has 10,000. 10,000 and over 7,000 quote tweets.
Hey, on his head.
Oh, I'm Twitter. Man, Twitter's tough.
Special place, man.
Twitter is tough. Twitter is tough.
Don't mess up on Twitter.
Oh, do not. Do not. Oh, they got the Swaggy P shot with the turnaround and the brick. Oh man. Oh man.
They shot his tweet.
Oh, this is no good. I think Ramsey's on the phone. 916-909-1320. What's up, Ramsey?
Not too much, gentlemen. Quick boxing reference. I don't know if you heard Kenny, but unfortunately, rest in peace to Mills Lane.
I literally just saw that, man. That's too bad, man. Rest in peace for sure.
Yeah, but what I really want to get
Mills
into,
Lane also refereed, by the way, the famous Stone Cold Steve Austin versus Vince McMahon celebrity death match claymation on MTV.
Let's get it on.
Yep, that was it.
Yep.
He had a judge show too, didn't he?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Aaron Judge, but I wanted to double back to the Deion Sanders conversation for a minute. I think it's an outstanding move for Deion to take the next step and go to a Power 5 conference, because what it's doing is showing that African American coaches can get these type of opportunities if you're at a HBCU. I personally heard in the news, I had some inside information. I heard before it actually truly broke a few days beforehand, and there's a lot of recruits that are going to be going to Colorado. I may personally know one just waiting for some information that may be going to Colorado, but I think it's a wonderful move, and I don't understand the backlash or the hate or whatever you want to call it towards Deion. I mean, it's showing that African American head coaches can get opportunities and get advancements.
Yeah,
can they or can Deion?
That's exactly what I was gonna say. That's exactly what was going through my mind. Is it about black coaches getting a chance, or is it Deion Sanders getting a chance?
That's the thing. And the other thing about it was, and to be honest with you, we got the professor coming on in about 18 minutes.
Yeah.
Or definitely talk Kings, but we were talking last night on J3 Vibes. He's writing about this Deion situation, so we could talk about it more then. But like I said, it was some of the things that, and he was doing his job, but it was the way Deion built up that job, in the media and the things that he said, and hyping up, saying, I'm here to restore HBCUs, all this other stuff. You can make the argument he did that. He didn't have to stay 90 years to restore it, but he was there, 2 or 3.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other thing about it that I not all people that went to HBCUs feel this way, but I was reading something from I forgot who it was. The guy's a DJ, but he was, he just kind of was talking, just tweeting. And he's like, this thing reminds me of what my father used to talk about, who went to an HBCU, and he said, it's just a little disheartening to see these kids playing at your Alabamas and your Floridas because they couldn't go there, and the football and the athletics at these HBCUs were so great because they weren't allowed to go to these institutions. But now that there was a way, they opened it up and they were able to profit off these kids. They opened the doors, and now they're getting all these kids and taking them from the HBCUs. And there's a little bit of, I'm sure there's a little bit of scar tissue from that for alumni of HBCUs and people who support that. Like this, you know what I mean? Like this has happened before. Like we have something great.
That's a microcosm of America.
World, right?
Yeah, that's life.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that it's right or excusable. That's profiting off black people. That's music, arts, sport. Yeah, it's what it is.
And the whole thought of, for lack of a better term, all money in. There was a belief that Deion was gonna start spearheading that movement, and to some people, he just was like everybody else. But like I said, you could also make the argument he started it. Like he didn't have to stay forever for HBCU football to get a TV contract the way they did. I think they're with NBC Sports now.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure Deion being there might have had something to do with that. And it's not going to go away because Deion's gone. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I see both sides of it. I understand both sides. He went and took another job, school. I'm disappointed it's Colorado. I feel like there's better jobs that you could take out there.
That was kind of the other thing. Colorado, I think, is far removed from being a powerhouse, though that could be a challenge that Deion is looking forward to. But again, I go back to the money part. It's $30 million.
Yeah.
It is nearly equal to what he made during his entire playing career. Again, Deion is not starving, but Deion's not LeBron either.
Right.
Deion's not. I mean, think about that. Deion Sanders, inarguably the greatest cornerback of all time.
He's the greatest.
Okay, greatest cornerback of all time. How much money does Patrick Mahomes make per year?
So his whole career.
How much money does Aaron Donald make per year?
Yeah.
Like it's the money that these guys made. You think about Charles Barkley and Patrick, those athletes of the 80s and the 90s. The money that they made is not equivalent to the money that these guys make. When you see that Colorado's potentially throwing $30 million at them, yeah, you take that.
Yeah,
you take that, and like you know how valuable all money in is to me, to both of us. But I'm buying Nikes.
Yeah,
I'm buying Jumpman. I mean, Actively Black's got a nice sneaker out. I didn't drop my money in that. You know what I mean? Like it's tough.
Mm-hmm.
It's tough, man.
I'm
anxious to talk. It would be fun to talk to Jason about this.
Yeah, and this is Deion's gonna get his money. It's not gonna be an issue. But I did see something about this when some Max talks about it. He said some dude in Colorado, or somebody said the guy in Colorado said he didn't even have the money yet, but he's gonna pay. Did you see that?
I didn't.
I don't know if it was taken out of context or whatever, but I did see that that story. Deion's gonna get all his money.
I didn't even see, like, I don't even know that I don't even know that money that is 100% accurate. Like that is the 30 million. That's for real. Like that's the public offer.
Too. That's what I've seen reported too. I haven't seen the contract. Sign the contract, big man. Sign the contract.
I'll point this out as a 21 1-2-ish hour tease for tomorrow, because we've been asked about this a lot, to talk about the El Camino Grant thing with the young brother who's being kept from playing ball. We will, we're going to do it with the experts. We're going to talk with Joe Davidson tomorrow about the high school playoffs, about Grant's big game coming up this weekend. You heard Chris Biderman; he's going to be covering that one, and we'll talk to him about that situation going on at Grant as well. I don't know if I mentioned this, so if I didn't, I will now. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app. What a day it has been. Aaron Judge with the San Francisco Giants briefly, and then he wasn't. Now the Yankees are still in play because Michael K said so. I just got a text that said the Sacramento Kings are still in play for Aaron Judge. All sorts of things are going on right now. Twitter is an amazing place to be, and we're following it as best we can. Will today be the day that Aaron Judge decides where he's going to play next season, on the 30th anniversary in which Barry Bonds signed with the San Francisco Giants, or when Bunny Bonds signed with the San Francisco
Where were
Giants.
you when Barry Bonds signed with the Giants?
Man, I was not. When was that? 92?
You were like 12.
I was 12.
Where were you?
Not on Twitter. No idea. I do not. I
You
have
don't
no
remember
idea.
where you were when Barry Bonds signed with the Giants?
I do not.
Well, neither do I. But
I
I
have no
remember
idea.
hearing. I remember hearing about.
I
it. Was
remember
wow, got
like
Barry Bonds. Cool.
I remember where I was when Chris Webber was traded here. I remember that.
I vaguely remember.
I remember exactly where I was.
I feel like it was raining.
Bro, what?
No, I feel like it was.
Is
raining
this
that
like
day.
your rain on the day that the 49ers play the
'cause
Cardinals in a month?
I feel like I was in the car and like driving home from. I wasn't driving, but I was getting driven home from school. I felt like it was a rainy day. And I was mad.
I remember.
What?
I remember exactly. I was at our little fourplex place on Fulton, and Io was on his way over, and he came walking in and said, "You won't believe this. We just got Chris Webber." What? And yeah, I remember that well.
Were you hyped about getting Chris Webber?
Yeah, I loved Chris.
I was hurt for losing Mitch.
I don't want to say I didn't love Mitch Richmond, but come on, man. Like that age, coming off the Michigan run.
Yeah.
Oh man.
But
I was all about
we
it.
talked about this. I forgot who we were talking about, but Chris was, a little bit of a problem child. At least that was the perception.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, oh.
Didn't bother me. I didn't know.
I
didn't know that stuff.
I didn't think it was a bad move for getting Weber, but I loved Mitch, and I was like,
I loved Chris.
Man.
I think that was the thing. I loved Chris.
Boy, was I happy.
Chris, I think that Michigan team was the first college basketball team that I like really followed. Because I had like my mom was like I had convinced myself at that age I was a sports guy. I had Sports Illustrated and all that stuff. So that's how I was able to, I was locked in. That's where I really got locked into college basketball, was that Michigan team.
That's why to this day,
mm-hmm.
I'm a Michigan fan. Those guys right there, the Fab Five. Thought they were so cool.
But no, I don't remember where I was when Barry Bonds. I have no freaking clue.
Neither do I.
Trying to think of other like early sports memories. Like I remember the Tyson Spinks fight.
Oh man.
Oh, I remember.
Wasn't that 89?
I remember that.
Or 90.
Was it 80? No, maybe it was 90. But I remember everybody coming over. I remember my grandpa ordered the pay-per-view. I remember it.
People were
like it was like 80. I don't know how much in my head it was like $80, but that just seems outrageous for like 19.
30.
Yeah, it just seems outrageous for that time. But I remember that day, and I mean, some of my like vivid sports memories are Tyson fights.
One of the first things I remember, Tyson fights as well, but it was the Giants losing to the Cardinals Game 7, 87 NLCS. And then when they lost in '89 to the A's, I cried. Oh, little 6-year-old Kenny, I cried.
I remember that series.
Where's Willie Green? You want to talk about Willie Green? That's what
you leave that man alone.
That's what made me remember. You said you wanted to talk about.
Oh, I did. I wanted to talk about. Well, it wasn't necessarily about Willie Green.
I like Willie Green, man. I like
the tie-in was Willie Green. It was really about Mike Brown. I'll reference that. Okay. We'll talk about that when we come back. Jason Jones joins us. We're going to have a great conversation with Jason Jones, as we always do. Yeah. Call us to J Street Vibes when he joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Heyman got the nerve to tweet out some more signings. Nah, sit down and get this right.
Oh, he's going to get killed.
Yeah, he's got to take a seat. You can't break no news today. You're done. Give me your phone.
Slammy wasn't lying. I need to go get another one of them brownies. Jesus. They're delicious. I'll be right back.
I can't front that. There's a tray of brownies out there that just looks insane. Did you get any?
Not yet.
Oh, man.
I'm going to put some in my pockets to take home. I told Casey.
Yeah, you need to go get a couple of those. They look incredible.
You don't need brownies? Or?
I'm sure there's something in it that I wouldn't react well to.
Oh, I gotcha.
I've never see. I know what you're insinuating. I've never actually had one of those brownies. The only thing I've ever had of that sort are gummies. I've never had anything else. Just gummies. Kyle has a great brownie gone wrong story. Kyle low-key a lightweight. He a lightweight. He brought over these little pre-rolls. It was like little baby pre-rolls. I was like, bro, you get these in the kids section? Cody Bellinger and the Cubs. That's not what we're here for, Jeff.
Cody Bellinger really fell off.
That is not what we're here for.
You see the picture of Jeff Passan sitting on like the little box for his TV hit, or standing on the box?
Oh no, I didn't see that. He's a little dude, right? Like he's pretty short.
Who's that?
Jeff Passan.
Yeah. Remember when he was going at it with whose family? I think it's
Verlander, yeah, his brother.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone beefs with Verlander's brother.
Are you behind this, Damien, in the chat? Do you have something to do with this?
What you mean?
Get this crap out of here.
What you mean?
Get it out of here.
I was talking to my buddy, Dr. Mark. He's a Michigan alum. We were texting all weekend.
It's a push.
That
it's
looks
a push,
incredible.
Rob W.
That's a
push.
That's a we were like an hour into this text exchange before I realized his bitch ass kept referring to Ohio State as Ohio. I was like, hey, you need to stop calling them Ohio. You need to stop doing that.
As he should. Ohio.
Yeah, I did.
I got the nerve to want to ain't no the. Sit down.
Tim Kirchin is a little guy. I've met him before. Very nice guy too.
Yeah, he seems.
Tim
really
Kirchin's
nice.
really, really nice.
He has fun with some of the bits they do on the shows too.
Kyle Madsen, 2022, 2023 most improved player, D'Arson Fox. Oh man, Jon Heyman is. This is tough, man. You really shouldn't break. You should just let everybody else have the breaking news because he's just trying to tweet about Bellinger and it's not going well for him at all.
Number one rule: don't ever be the main character on Twitter.
Oh man. Yeah, it's tough.
Ooh, Mount Verde up 76-38 over Legacy Early College. Somehow they're the number 3 team in the nation. Who's 2-1? High school, by the way.
It's big facts. What's that, Jesse? Yeah, this has been wild. I have no idea, man. Yeah, I have no clue. Just don't cut me saying San Francisco 49ers. Shit, you hit 2 home runs yesterday.
That was big time.
Put a reel up of one of those, man. I'm gonna do that shit every day. Step this game up a little bit.
Find something to reel. Bird,
just got to get better at it. That's all.
Bird deeply.
Jason Jones of The Athletic and the J Street Vibes podcast set to join us here in just a minute. Before he does, and there's plenty to cover. Nothing new on Aaron Judge or Arson Judge, but Kyle Madsen did tweet that the most improved player this year in the NBA should be DeArson Fox.
Oh yeah, that boy can ball.
So that's out there. You mentioned Willie Green right before the break, tying something from like 3 hours ago and 29 conversations ago back in, and it really didn't have anything to do with Willie Green. Past the idea that I think people like to talk about MVPs and all of these different things, and they haven't really had a coach of the year discussion. And I think Willie Green is in that coach of the year discussion. We were talking about, stories this year. Is Joe Mazzola. The fact that the Boston Celtics have just picked up and kept moving is a pretty freaking incredible story. He's going to be in the coach of the year conversation, and Mike Brown is too.
Absolutely.
I mean, like Coach Bud, it's not going to be him. Monty's probably not going to be him. Like those guys have done it. It's expected of them. But Mike, I think it's possible.
I'm gonna say right now, if the Kings get top 6, Mike Brown wins that NBA Coach of the Year.
I'm with you.
Yeah,
I'm with you. And we will acknowledge Jason Jones of the J Street Vibes podcast and The Athletic.
We the ones.
Indeed. Yes, indeed. Always, always, always. What do you think about that? If things continue, obviously, to go well for the Sacramento Kings, Kenny's, right now they're a top 6 seed. Say they stick around with that, as clumped up as the Western Conference may be. What do you think about Mike Brown as a Coach of the Year candidate?
I generally don't like talking Coach of the Year this early, but if the Kings,
whatever,
he's going to be in the mix. I mean, I know we're supposed to do this because we entertain, we talk about these things, but I
feel like with Coach of the Year, it's not always like, it's not going to be Monty Williams, no matter how good the Phoenix Suns are. It's not going to be Mike Budenholzer, no matter how good the Bucs are. But I think it could be Joe Mazzola because of the circumstances.
Oh, definitely. I think he would probably end up being the front runner just because of how he got the job, and he's never won the, Mike Brown's won the award before, I believe. So. I mean,
not under these circumstances, buddy.
Oh, of course not. But I mean, yeah. But I know how voters think a lot of times. Voters kind of get like, well, he's never gotten it before. And I mean, having been a voter, I always tried to avoid that, but it happens. And I think a lot of times voters like a story. And the Kings making the playoffs would be a story. But my man in Boston taking over in the midst of like some HBO, Netflix special type scandal, and say they win 65 games or something like that, it's going to be hard to knock that off. And if the Kings are, say, 6, but what if they're only like 2 games out of 8?
Yeah.
Are people going to really jump around and be like, well, he got him into the playoffs? And I think even in terms of just how people will view it, you might look at maybe Monty McNair gets, even though it's not a media vote, Executive of the Year love in that case. A lot of times voters love to spread the awards around. Because if we're doing awards based on merit, LeBron should have about 10 MVPs.
Yeah.
There's no way in the world we live in a world where Shaq and Kobe has 1 MVP and Steve Nash has 2. So there's a lot that goes into that voting. I'm probably saying things that voters don't want me to say, but hell, I don't care. I ain't voting.
Well, there's also a possibility that Jason Tatum is the MVP.
That too, yeah. And if he's the MVP, they may say, you know what? He was good, but he had the MVP, even though that shouldn't exclude him.
Yeah.
That's like, but they're like, you know what? He had the MVP, so maybe we look at Mike Brown over here. And, there's going to be a lot of different ways this thing can go. So, I mean, it's like I said, it's early, but Mike's going to be in there just because I think what helps Mike in this case is that a lot of folks don't watch the Kings. They just see the results and go, oh, my God, they won again.
Yeah, that's facts. We've learned that a lot of these people who write about basketball don't watch Sacramento.
I mean, a lot of people who cover the league don't watch the league at all, and it shows in some of the things they say.
Facts. And my apologies to everyone for suggesting that I think Zach Harper might watch, because I read Zach Harper's write-up this morning. It is very clear Zach Harper does not watch the Sacramento Kings.
He don't watch.
I haven't read my colleague's work today.
Yeah,
so
I just realized. I'm sorry. I did not mean to do that. My sincere
I was like, whoa.
Hold on. I just take Jason out of Jason, my sister. I don't believe that Zach has watched the Kings. All right, we welcome Jason Jones of The Athletic, who has
I got a message on Slack. I'm in trouble now. Did you know he was going to say that?
Yeah.
I'm a culture writer. I'm not an NBA. I didn't know.
My bad.
Acknowledge my culture writing work. Don't acknowledge me with the NBA anymore.
Now, but you guys are on something, man, and I just can't wait for Mike Brown to win the Gary St. Jean Coach of the Year award. They naming all these awards.
Yeah.
The Gary St. Jean Coach of the Year award. I think he obviously has as good a chance as anybody, just with the story. Like the Kings are a story. You know what I mean? Yeah. I talked about this earlier. Rick Carlisle's done a great job in Indiana, but he'd have no shot of winning the Coach of the Year because the Indiana Pacers made the playoffs like 2 years ago. Anybody gonna be tripping off that? But when you get into the story, the minutia of it all, was saying Mike Brown took this team that hasn't been to the playoffs in 16 years, gone through 9 different head coaches, and he's the one to finally do it. That's also part of the story to winning an award like that.
You know what's crazy? When you said 9 coaches, that number seemed low at first. I was like, it's only been 9? It feels like
it might be 10 or 11. I don't know.
It just, I mean, I'm not saying that, I mean, I haven't, I can go for the coaches I had. I had Westfall, Keith Smart, Malone, Corbin, George Karl, Dave Yeager, Luke Walton. That's already 7. Yeah, Alvin Gentry's 8. Mike Brown is 9, and we didn't go back to Reggie Theus, Kenny Nat, Musselman. So that's why the number seemed low, because if you include, remember we got George Karl, Michael Malone, and Ty Corbin in the same, all before the All-Star break 1 year. And my favorite stat of that season was that Jeff Hornacek was the only coach to lose to every Kings coach.
That's amazing.
And Jeff has not had a head coaching job since.
Oh, that'll do it. That'll do it. That's on his resume, his internal NBA resume. Do not hire. He lost to all of the Kings coaches the year they had 3 of them. Incredible.
He's talking to like his people around the league. Like, Jeff, man, why don't you get back to coaching? Nah, it'll never happen. I lost to the Kings 3 times.
I lost to all 3 of their coaches, and it'll
never happen.
I lost to Ty Corbin. Like that's a very elite group of guys that lost to Ty Corbin. There's like 3 of us, and I'm one of them.
It was quite a time to be alive around the Kings.
Indeed, it was.
But it's a better time now.
Yeah, we putting things in the air now. We lighting it up. That's what they're doing in SAC now. I'm still waiting on that package. From a friend Matt Barnes. They come out with something.
Hey, look, no innuendos for a place of worship, okay? Because that's what it is. It's a place of worship.
Yeah, but a lot of
however you want to get into the mindset of worship is on you, though. You might need to do a little something to get your mind right to worship.
Listen to the man.
Some people pray, some people bake. You do what you got to do to get ready.
Some people light the beam.
Exactly.
That's
it.
I don't judge.
I don't either. I'm cool. Whatever you need to do to get ready. Yeah. And once again, I've taken us in a random direction. So,
oh boy, obviously you haven't been listening today. Today's show was like a iPod on shuffle. That's all it was. It's just Deion Sanders, Brock Purdy, your Raiders.
Family Matters.
Are we still mad at Deion?
I never was. I'm
not mad at Deion. I'm disappointed.
My favorite part of this is people saying, well, he told us this and then he didn't do it. So he did what every other college football coach in the history of college football does.
Right.
Why do you even believe it? Why does anyone believe anything a coach says? Why does anyone believe it?
But here's my thing with that, because you're 100% right. But we go ham on Brian Kelly, and we go ham on Jimbo Fisher for having that type of mentality. So the people that are like, why are you outraged at Deion Sanders? That's what we do to all these coaches that do these things.
Yeah, I can't even be mad because I expect the guys to do it, especially when you go from 300,000 to 5 million. I ain't trying to be in the next man's pockets like that, but I think a lot of times in our society, we ask people to do things we would never do. I don't know a person walking the earth who would have stayed at their job making 300,000 when 5 million on the table, but you want him to do it. Nobody's doing that. And I just think a lot of times we get caught up in the altruism and it'll be a great story if he stays there and just builds up everyone. That man gonna get paid.
Well, and that's the thing. A great story for who?
I don't know.
It ain't gonna be a great story for Deion, who's like, yeah, I left 30 million on the table. What's your point? Yeah, that's not a great story for him.
Yeah, so I see a lot of fake outrage with Deion, and it's like, the man made a song called "Must Be the Money," and you mad that he went and got money.
And can we point one other thing out that I don't think we addressed earlier when we were talking about this? When you talk about, Deion saying, we talk about HBCUs and Jackson State University, you talk about these different places. We're in a whole new world of college athletics here. And you and I were discussing this privately. The game is changed. If you think JCU is going to be able to offer athletes what Alabama does, what USC does, what UCLA does, what some of these schools are going to be able to do with these NILs now, man, you're fooling yourself. If you think one guy is charismatic as that one individual is, if you believe that one guy can uplift an entire conference of universities, man, you're just lying to yourself.
Yeah. It's a whole new ball game. And look at what
it's not a level playing field.
Not at all. As a Cal grad, I know Cal can't compete with USC and NIL. We just watched a starting linebacker transfer to UCLA. Between the transfer portal and NIL, because someone asked me how I feel about the transfer portal. I said, you know what? Coaches have had a transfer portal forever. They've been bouncing around whenever they feel like it. And even with this Deion thing, those are them guys who he want, they'll be in the portal and they'll be in Boulder in a couple of months. And someone said, well, what if their families can't afford to go? Trust me, there's someone in Colorado.
Oh, they can. Oh, yeah.
Someone gonna get Travis Hunter, mama to a game.
Yeah, they'll figure that out. I don't have a problem with what Deion did. In a fairy tale world, I wish you would have stayed at the HBCU. I really do. But it's fairy tale don't pay the bills. And that's what it is. And also, like I said, I
know what a booster could have done. Y'all wanted Deion there so bad. You know what you could have done? Oh, how much is it? 30 million? We got you. I bet you he would have stayed.
Maybe.
But that's not the way it works, though.
Maybe the only thing, and once again, I don't have a problem. I just see both sides. Is you guys mentioned it. He did what every other coach did, but man, he was talking. And when Eddie Robinson Jr. came out and said he's not swag, and Deion responded, "No, yes I am. Ain't nobody more swag than me." He was gone a month later. He talked a lot. He talked a lot about this, and I think that has something to do with the heat that was coming on. Now he was doing what he had to do to like sell his program, and he did what he had to do. But we can't ignore the fact that he talked a lot about building this whole thing up and then left it.
Yeah, I mean, I get that part of it too. I mean, but then again, this is Deion. This is what Deion has done his whole career. Remember, Deion won a Super Bowl with the Niners and was a Cowboy the next season. I mean,
this man worth $25 million.
That's a great cover. I was so
cover
pissed
of
off.
Sports Illustrated.
I was pissed off. I said, Deion, you just left us.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess I'm just cynical at this point. No matter what Deion said, I always listen to the part where he said, "I'll entertain offers." You know, I did this. I got a combine out here. I said, y'all need to come out here and recruit our kids. But he always said, "I'm gonna listen." You know, he ain't never lied about that.
Yeah,
you know, and people were saying, well, he said God put him there. Maybe God only put him there for 3 seasons. I don't know. I think everyone has different gods sometimes. Maybe remember God told Reggie White to take the money in Green Bay.
That's what God said.
You know, and as my man Bomani Jones said, if God can do math, a tie from the Colorado deal is way more lucrative than the ties from the Jackson State deal. So
Anybody
maybe God could be in the economics too.
Anybody know what God told? Anybody know what God told Ray Lewis?
Oh,
you know what? Never mind.
See. I'm okay.
I was just asking questions. I'm a broadcast journalist. I don't know why I can't ask.
And I'm probably gonna get struck down in the next 10 minutes for even starting this conversation. But hey, I'm just saying, you know, everyone has a different God, and his God said you want the better facilities, and you want to live in Boulder, Colorado.
That's what my God told me. He said, "Brother, you about to snow. You about to snow. Go on out there. Be about the snow. Buy Carmelo Anthony's old house." I just think the expectations for Deion were unfair. I have a take on that Eddie Robinson thing that I've just been trying not to fire off, but and I respect everything.
Is it controversial? I mean, I'd like to hear it.
No, it's not controversial. It's just like Eddie Robinson's fan. Obviously, they got a stake in HBCUs for a long time, and what $30 million offer did Eddie Robinson Jr. turn down?
Hey, that's my frat brother. I'm not going to jump in on this.
No, I'm not trying to jump.
But you got a point.
Hey, you know what?
That's what I was saying earlier.
It's real easy for me to say I'm gonna be loyal to my woman. I ain't never gonna cheat on my woman with Beyonce. That's really easy for me to say because Beyonce ain't sitting across from me, winking at me.
But if
one of these schools is winking at Eddie Robinson Jr. offering $50 million, telling me, "Oh, I'm swag."
But if I'm Eddie Robinson, I'm like, that's fine. Go take the money. Don't come in here telling me what you are, because I know who you are. You're not gonna stay. So don't come in here telling me, yo, I'm da-da-da-da. No, you're not.
He was swag for 3 seasons. He was 3 seasons of swag.
The second the offer is put in front of you, you're gonna leave. You're not. If I'm Eddie Robinson, I'm like, I'm not telling you I wouldn't do the same. I'm telling you, don't come in here telling me what you are when I know that's not who you are.
And like I said, I mean, we're talking about Deion Sanders, one of the greatest salesmen of himself in sports history. And I'm amazed at the number of people who are shocked that Deion Sanders sold himself into a bigger payday. It's like, are we really surprised that Deion went and got paid? I mean, and even with the thing with, I get he ain't swag. I get all that. But then again, I know a lot of guys who wouldn't be swag for $30 million.
Yeah, no, for sure.
But I also understand the point of view. People say, well, he used them. But I was like, every coach uses his first job to get the next one. If that was the case, why didn't Urban Meyer stay at Bowling Green or wherever he was? Why did Nick Saban never move on?
Yeah.
You know, I think we have this unrealistic expectation that people should be loyal in sports in a way that none of us would ever be loyal. If another publication offered me like 10 times my salary, I'm not going to be like, you know what? But I really love The Athletic, and 10 times my salary. No, I'm not going to do it. I'm Athletic. No, I'm about to get paid. Is what's going to happen.
Now, and I will.
You gonna show The Athletic that piece of that letter of intent you just got? Be like, hey, what y'all gonna do with this?
Who want to get in the transfer portal with me? They said I can bring 4 of my homies. Hey, Zach Harper, come on, let's go.
Oh, this guy, little barista, not from no, he ain't coming through.
I could take Amick with me, but I'm going to take Zach Harper just for KC. I'm gonna take Zach Harper, and I'm gonna make sure I get my man Draymond Green a weekly column wherever I'm at.
It's your guy.
New media.
I can't wait for Jason and Kenny and Draymond to hang out together.
Now look, I will say this though about what you just said though, and in full transparency and being fair, there are plenty of people who told you and told us this was going to happen the day he signed.
Yeah,
we were like, nah, well, maybe, but Deion. He's like, nah, trust me, I know who Deion is. He ain't here for long. They was a little more harsher, but it's like he's gonna use them for whatever he needs to use them for and use it as a catapult. And there were a lot of people who were on it from day one.
Yeah, I'm more amazed by the people who thought that he would want to become the next Eddie Robinson and be at Jackson State for 20, 30 years. I'm like, are you serious? You know, this is Deion Sanders, right? The man coaches with jewelry on. I mean, what are we thinking here? And to me, that's kind of the craziest part about this is that people are mad at Deion for being Deion. And it's like, of course he was going to do this. But then again, like I said, I'm a cynic. I hold people to different, I look at things differently. I'm like, hey, Deion was Deion. Deion would have shocked me if 10 years from now he was still there.
Yeah, for sure.
We've got tickets to see the Sacramento Kings take on the District of Columbia. They'll be taking on Washington on December 23rd. We've got your tickets right now, 916-909-1320. We'll get you all set up. Caller number 3, 916-909-1320. Again, Kings and Washington coming up on December 23rd. We'll have those tickets for you all week.
Hey, I know who better be somewhere for 10 years. And that's Malik Monk. Needs to be here in Sacramento for 10 years and even more. My guy's finally here. It took 6 years, but he's balling, Jason.
You want Malik Monk in year 15?
Year 15. Malik Monk. Pay him that $20 million in year 15.
Turn him into the Kings. Was it Nick Collison? They just own the team still. Like, he's just a good guy to have in the locker room. He don't play anymore, but
Udonis Haslem, who's playing a lot more this year than I've ever seen him play.
Udonis Haslem was like, what the hell is going on?
He's like, I came to camp, but why? What are we doing here?
I am not here for this. I'm just here to break up fights. I'm not here for this.
I'm here to threaten people.
Okay, real talk. Malik Monk. Did you know? Like, you were a Laker guy. Did you know that he was I mean, obviously we all know Malik Monk is capable of scoring. We saw that last year with Los Angeles. But he is an incredible playmaker.
I didn't know. I mean, not like this. I mean, you see glimpses of it, but I mean, he's throwing passes. I'm like, whoa, what? Oh, like I said, I shed a thug tear every time I see him. I'm like, man, doggone Rob Pelinka in that cap. You couldn't keep my man Malik down there, But yeah, this is, like I said, he's a legit 6th man of the year candidate. He's playing well, and I guess he's not a swinging gate defensively. I mean, he's become like a glue guy. And I think 2 years ago, if you would have told someone Malik Monk will be a glue guy on a winning team, they would say something like, number one, that team isn't winning if he's a glue guy, and if you're depending on Malik Monk to do that, you got a problem. But I think for a guy who a year, going in the last season had one minimum offer from the Lakers to what he's doing now, clearly something's wrong in Charlotte. There was something wrong out there. There was just not sometimes it's about where you get drafted, who's coaching you. And I mean, if you watch Malik Monk in Charlotte at times, I mean, he always played well against the Kings for some, We know why that is, because the Kings didn't guard nobody. But he always played well against the Kings. But you'll kind of figure if you would have just read stuff about Malik and like not watched games, you would think Malik Monk couldn't play. And people kind of wrote Malik Monk off before last season like he couldn't play. And a lot of people were wrong about him. And like I said on J Street Vibes, the moment Malik did that interview where he said, "I'll take less money to stay in LA," I said, he's gone. I said, somebody got money out there for him. I said, ain't nobody taking. Everybody said they're gonna take less money till they see more money. I said, I should have asked Malik to be like Coach Prime and be like, "Hey man, come on, look what you've done here. Look what you've done. You promised us. You said you would take less to stay here." But yeah, I mean, Malik is definitely one of the better stories in the league, I think, in the last couple of years, because last year he showed that he is a legit NBA player, not just a scorer, into the bench type guy. And now, like I said, Malik Monk, the leader, the locker room, voice. He's, like I said, truly one of the better stories in the league to watch over the last couple of seasons.
And who should also deserves, a little bit of credit at as well. Obviously Malik the most, because he's actually out there getting it done. But Mike Brown and that coaching staff for allowing Malik Monk to play to his strengths and tailoring, the game when he's in there, the offense to his strengths, and allowing him to show the other aspects of his game that maybe other coaches and other teams weren't allowing, to him to show off. So I think Mike Brown and that staff, they do a great job of helping unlock his game and reach another level.
You put a level of trust in him when you say, "I want you to go out there and make plays," and they put some trust in him. And I like I said, you saw glimpses here and there last year. Like one thing about him last season that surprised me was his ability to attack the rack, to go get in the paint. I mean, when I saw him in Charlotte, I didn't see a lot of that. So, like I said, like we said too, Malik is not an old guy. So. We just like you said, with a lot of these young guys, we just know them because we've heard about them since they were 14, 15 years old. Yeah. So by year 5 in the league, we're like, okay, God, aren't you 30 yet? It's like, no, I'm 24. And so, yeah, I think I said Malik is definitely he's the reason why the Kings have won a lot of these games. He's been that good all season. So, I mean, like I said, I think Bobby might need to move over and welcome another 6th man of the year if this keeps up.
Yeah, there you go. And that's
going to be the Kings Award when they don't give it to Mike Brown. They're like, we're going to put this one over here. Let's give the Kings Malik Monk over here. Let's go ahead and do it like that.
Malik going to win the Bobby Jackson 6th Man of the Year award.
Y'all just changing the name to every award, huh?
They name everything.
We got an award. We got a trophy now for the team with the most regular season wins. Like, come on, man. We're doing a lot here.
As a Dodger fan, I'm offended by that award.
Well done. Well done. Another thing about Malik is we just continue to harp on how great he is. Not just his play on the floor, his playmaking ability. He seems to have emerged as a real leader for this squad too. After the team lost 3 in a row before that Indiana Pacers game, he was the one at the podium saying, "No, we're fine." He was the one when the team had lost 4 in a row. We're right there. We're right there. We're going to learn to close these games out. We're going to be better. Said after that 3-game losing streak, we're not going to splinter. We're not going to break apart. And it seems like he's a guy that this team really rallies around.
Yeah, and it's like kind of reminds me of what happened when Shump arrived. When you gave them you gave him a guy with some swagger and a guy that you need a guy or two like that. You need a guy with some swagger, a guy who will say those things, and he's also a good enough player that when he says it, it matters. Like when Tristan went off last year, that was still Tristan, and we all knew Tristan wasn't going to be around long. Everything Tristan said last year was true, but it was like, come on, this ain't, you need one of your guys that really, who's going to be a part of the core of the team to be that guy talking. And like I said, it definitely gives me some reminder of that time when Shump, but when Shump came in and some of the younger guys kind of gravitated to him, and because De'Aaron's not necessarily a big, loud, vocal guy like that, maybe Davion's kind of a grinder type guy. You get a guy out there with a little swag who's going to say a thing here or there. You need some guys like that on the court. I think between him, a guy like TD, you finally got some guys. You got more guys on the team who were tough. And I think one of the knocks on the Kings for years is they just weren't tough. They didn't have tough guys. And being tough doesn't necessarily mean having a big 7-footer on the court and knocking people down.
Mm-hmm.
And I see a lot more toughness in this group, just collectively. Like that energy and that spirit is rubbing off on people as opposed to you got one guy going all out. Because I mean, if you say Monk, Davion, and TD are kind of like those grinder type guys at times, that's 3 guys right there. And then if you got those 3 guys in the mix, the other guys have to kind of follow along. Before we've had one guy trying to, like, I have to feel bad for Garrett Tipple back in the day. Garrett trying his damnedest to play defense. Yeah. The other guys looking at him like, what are you doing that for? So
what are you doing that for?
Like, hold up, we don't do that. We all trying to get our shots up. Why are you giving all your energy on that end? You can't get shots up doing that.
So, Buddy pulling Garrett aside, like, hey, what you doing, bro?
Like, hold up, bro. Like, come here, man. Let's talk for a second. You can't be doing all that in front of the coach and everything, man. You know, we trying to chill, and you out here in a, you know, got your hands out trying to get ready to. Man, we don't do that.
You out here deflecting passes.
Look at you trying to get a stop, man. Get out the way and get the ball back.
Stands. If you don't stand up straight, you don't stand up straight out here. Real quick, 6-game road trip on deck for the Kings, starting with Milwaukee. What you thinking about this 6-game roadie, man? Is this something that may signify if this is a different Kings team this time around? Does it have to do with the record or the mentality? Like, what you thinking about these next 6 games on the road?
I think it's twofold. It's definitely the record. I mean, wins are wins, losses are losses. But what I want to see is if this Kings team is like, you know what? Let's go for 4-2. Let's not be a team that says, you know what? If we beat the Knicks, that's a game we're supposed to get. And if we lose the other ones, well, we weren't supposed to win. They should be out there like, we should be able to get every game. And bad teams go out there and say, you know what? Let's go ahead and beat the Knicks. You know, that ain't my alarm, by the way. Like, we always got something. My girl said she saw her. She, you know.
Jay's got to go pick up the kids. So.
Oh, not yeah. She was picking up her kid.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
I'm not gonna go pick up the kids.
It's always something with me.
That's
I would have her come on camera and say hi, but she said she ain't got her hair and stuff right to be on camera.
Oh, come on now, just come say hi.
She said, and I ain't gonna argue. You know, she ain't gonna cut me over that. Like, you gonna have me on in front of these people looking like, you know. I think she looked beautiful, but if she said she don't want to be on camera, who am I? I'm not. Like I said, I got to get off this thing eventually. And if I do something crazy, I eventually got to like eat some food in this house or something. And
Jay, you're talking too much. You're talking too much right now. Just go ahead. There you go.
What about Anthony Davis? He's been pretty good lately.
Man, that ain't no lie.
Anthony Davis didn't become Shaq. I'm like, what is this?
I just saw a stat. He's averaging 49.5 in his last 2 games.
That's
he had an easy like 55 and 17. And it's like, what?
49 and a half.
I was like, yeah, wait till you get that Lakers Kings conference finals, you know. So
let's go, baby.
Let's get it.
I see the vision now. I see the vision. See, you know.
Remember when we asked about Anthony Davis in the offseason? Remember to
I remember.
Okay.
I remember.
I was just asking.
I remember because I was the one that was like, hey, y'all tripping.
That's all right.
I was like, if he stay healthy, people act like Anthony Davis was me on the court. Like the Lakers got to trade him and get what they can now. I was like, bad. Yeah. So, yeah, whatever AD has done, I fully endorse it. Yeah. So, yeah. Kings, Lakers conference finals. It's on the way. You see it. We all see it coming. Top 2 seeds in the West.
Let's get damn.
Let's go. Let's go listen to Jason Jones.
Lakers coming up to 2. That's crazy.
Yeah, the Lakers actually can make outside shots now. It's amazing what happens when you start making some shots.
A whole different ball game. Jay, we appreciate you. Jason,
always.
The Athletic J Street Vibes podcast. You are we good to let you go?
Yeah, you good to let me. Yeah, we good.
Okay,
I didn't say
sure.
I'm you know, if you get a text with like 911, you know, I'm gonna drop my location. Come get me.
we'll just take you out the stream. We'll keep the camera hot just in case. We appreciate you, brother. Thank
All right,
you.
y'all. Take it easy. See you next week.
Make sure you check out the latest episode.
I told you about coming into
Jay's in the camera like, what? I said you was beautiful. What's the problem? Make sure you check out the latest episode of the J Street Vibes podcast, and of course, all of Jason's wonderful work over at The Athletic. We're done. We're headed out to college basketball.
Yeah, man. Big time game. Illinois, number 16 in the nation. Number 2, the Texas Longhorns.
6-game road trip kicks off tomorrow.
Oh,
Make
yeah.
sure that you're here with us at noon on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
That was a day.
Hey, what happened? Hey, Cole, what happened?
Cole. I let Cole talk too much. And like Cole, here's the thing, Cole. We appreciate you. But you say a lot of dumb shit on here. If you want to go, man, you can go. Like Cole sometimes talks like he keeps our lights on. Cole, I appreciate you. I appreciate you for listening and all that other stuff. If you want to go, you can go. You purposely don't listen and you take shit out of context and put it out there on social media. You've done that a number of times and you do it here in the chat. If you want to go, Cole, go. You can go join Victor. It's all good. Go join Kenny's boy Victor.
Got him.
If you can find him. Victor's missing. I can't find him. I tried to find the brother, man. He gone.
Got that man with Victor.
I tried to find Victor yesterday. You see how many of those spam accounts are blocked? Woo! It's tough. It's tough to just find a dude named Victor in there and unblock him. Like he got the
Victor didn't turn his all time.
We got Vic. If you're listening, bro, create a burner account. Like come back.
Victor 2.
Yeah, keep hey man, keep that, man. Vic, man, just a new one. Whatever, Cole. Keep talking.
I don't even know what the hell's the problem?
Y'all think this is a work, man. Cole aggravates the shit out of me.
What the hell
man.
is the problem?
Yeah, man, that dude just be popping off at the mouth. Like I say, he just like listens to half shit and then tweets or messages. What I do wrong? Man. Fuck out of here.
Come on, man. Come on.
That's your boy, man. That's your boy.
Cole.
You get
Cole
him in the custody
chill,
battle.
Man.
You get Cole. You get Cole. I get Victor. I get Victor. You get Cole.
Oh man, it's crazy.
No, I don't. I couldn't even remember what his username was. I just know it was Victor.
It was orange.
I was like, he's got to be in there somewhere. Y'all bugging out. Y'all bugging out.
Oh man, Victor, I'm sorry, Victor. I'm sorry. I got a little emotional. Yeah, Aaron Judge.
No, you just hit the wrong button. You didn't even get emotional.
Well, yeah,
the bit's really funny.
I was gonna block him in some form or fashion.
Yeah,
that was gonna happen.
Button.
I didn't mean to block him forever. I meant to block him for 5 minutes.
I meant to block Cole forever, and I only blocked him for 5 minutes. Man, I got to figure out how this thing works too. Man.
Oh man, Aaron Judge still is not a giant as we speak.
How can you grow on Twitch, man? We stay with like 15, 30 viewers, but man, like YouTube, we can make YouTube pop.
I feel like Twitch then maxed out. Like
I
just
mean,
in general,
yeah,
just
we're
as
at like 725. My computer just died.
Twitch then maxed out as a product, in my opinion.
Yeah, I feel like it's out there, so we use it. We'll be on Twitch. I think we'll be going back on Facebook at the beginning of the year too. Upgrade our signal a little bit from what I hear. Not our signal, our
plan.
Yeah, our plan's gonna be upgraded a little bit. The hell is
time
that?
to upgrade you.
Just looking at getting us. Yeah, Deuce. I gotta sit down. I need to sit down and have a whole call with Deuce about how he does some of the things that he does. I can't figure out how he makes
counseling session.
How he makes those reels the way that he does. I got to do it's easy when Jesse cuts something that's like me. than you. Those are easy to cut. He's got the ones where it's like he cuts the video and it's like him and Morgan on the same reel screen, just instead of side by side, it's one on top of the other. And I've been too embarrassed to ask him. I have no fucking clue.
I don't even know why they do that. Not do some more, but the people who make this, just make it in the damn box.
Do it yourself. Stop making me do all the damn work.
Why do I need to have the picture up on my nose when you do it? Just put it in the same damn screen it was already in.
Yeah, man. Brutal.
It's crazy.
Brutal.
What happened? What I do? I got to take it back to IG Live. Oh yeah, when we were on the show. I might. I mean, what's it hurt? It ain't hurt nothing.
If I remember correctly, no one could hear us.
No one could hear you because I was at home. So now they probably could hear you. Well, they would hear you.
Why couldn't they hear? Oh,
you were
that's right. Yeah, it was in your ears. That's right. That's right. That's right.
So yeah, I might take it to IG Live tomorrow.
When you make one TikTok, you make a reel and a T-shirt all in one. A T-shirt.
I absolutely am going to take one more brownie before I get out of here.
Yeah, we'll shut it down. I think y'all might start hearing a basketball game in your ear in a minute anyways. Love pretty much everyone. Not all of you. Pretty much everybody.
Hey, man, we love all y'all, man. Come on, man. Y'all just be easy, man. Be easy out here. Cole, be easy, man. Victor.
Man, and thank you, Cole. Nah, for real. Nah, thank you, Cole. Like, if it wasn't for you, man, I'd be homeless. I wouldn't be able to be fly, man, if it wasn't for you. Like, I'm just so appreciative, Cole, man. Thank you for keeping the lights on at the house and the cable on and the whole deal. Or my streaming services up, man. We appreciate you. Now, I've been trying to put Reese to work for weeks and for months.
He actually got something going on.
Oh, let's
He
go.
actually got something going on.
Cole,
he's trying to fine tune it.
Cole, my word, I'll send you every dollar back.
Cole,
out of
calm
my
down,
half,
bro.
every dollar back. You can have all of it.
Cole, chill.
And then
man,
after that, Cole,
chill.
I don't ever want to see you again. I'll send you every dollar back, and then you good. And we'll call it even. We'll call it even after that. Okay, we're out. Or you're going to be listening to basketball.